Sharky's not ready, but Sharky never is.
I'm never ready.
Sharky asks if I am ready, and I go, "Are you?" And he says, "No." I'm like, "Well, you're the one who asked." Hey, Sharky, turn on your captioner.
My captioner is on. I just haven't said anything. Blah.
You were speaking, and it wasn't showing up.
No, I stopped speaking before I saw you move to the screen.
Well, there it is.
Oh, I forgot to open the game ahead of time. See, clearly. Yeah, so I was supposed to get coffee. Like a former coworker that I had never met in person.
Cincinnati story!
Yeah! It's been hyped for like 4 months.
While
I get myself settled, while we make sim versions of you, like,
Hooray.
that's... Oh, shoot. That
Now the question is, how long is the story?
It is
It's
going
long
to last
enough.
at least long enough for me to make 2 full sims. The real question is,
It is-
which kind of a cult do each of you want to be?
Ooh.
I
The
have
story is long
limited
enough
options,
that Courtney and
but-
I had to discuss earlier how many things happened. And at several points, we were like, oh yeah, that thing.
I was
lovely.
seriously, before this, I was like, wow, I used to have this story down, like, memorized like a stand-up special that I could just repeat to a new person who hadn't heard it before. And yet, I haven't actually told this story to anyone in like 2.5 years because we've just been at home in quarantine and we haven't told this story on the podcast or publicly anywhere at all. So I was like, man, I have to sit down and like make sure I'm remembering everything and that I don't miss anything. And wow, yeah,
2 hours.
a
with
lot came
115
flooding back
minute
today.
information. Oh, I don't think I've actually shown you all, like, shown the 2 of you our Sims before, so let me also...
Make sure to
show-
share this.
I was
there you go.
literally in the middle of doing that. Thank you, Sharky.
Yeah.
So, here's Sharky. He's a shark. That's what was on the schedule. That's why it's on the schedule.
Yes,
That's Sharky. This one's me.
that
This is
Sharky's a shark.
a very vague approximation. My face does not quite look like that. I don't quite look like that. Except for my fashion. I very quickly ended up crashing my former team's, like, happy hour today, right before the stream. That's where I was at. And, I did at least have the bouncer of the bar be like, I like the aesthetic you've got going on. I was like, thanks.
Ooh.
Do you mean to tell me you don't actually have 2 pairs of non-functional wings?
Correct, they're functional. Yesterday I was at my roommate's open house thing at their work, and they were doing like a little bit of a Halloween party because they put it at the end of the work day, and you know, people brought their kids and stuff. And I had, from 2 years Halloween ago, a pair of demon wings that like have a little mechanical thing that you can actually flap them. So once in a while as I was walking around, I would just flap my wings, but like I had the strings hidden inside of my pockets so that it would just look like they were just flapping. And the kids were loving it. They're like, oh my god, look, her wings flapped!
That's great.
It was very cute. They were
Very
very
you.
cute. I accidentally ended up briefly walking with like the company co-founder and his 2 kids for a little while because I was trying to find my way, and they just like helped guide me. And one of the daughters was like, I like your costume. Do the wings move? Yeah, last year I was a demon, but I just had crow wings. And I was like, crow wings are good too. And she was like, yeah, but then the feathers started getting everywhere and falling off. And I was like, oh, that's less good. But it was very cute.
Yeah, the only wings I have are big bat-esque wings, I guess. I guess they could be a little demon-y, but I use them as a bat costume when I dressed as Edward Gorey's the Gilded Bat with black point shoes and a leotard and a turban and all that. And I don't know if I still have those wings. Maybe I do.
I did dress as Edgar Allan Poe the year before the pandemic, and I won
Beautiful.
my workplace costume contest for literary costume because I was working at a book-related thing.
Love that.
I was like, yeah, I had a little plastic like raven crow thing on my shoulder that, like, normally it just has these little, like, safety pin-like things on the feet to attach to something, so I hooked it into my lace jacket, and I was carrying around a collection of, Edgar Allan Poe, like, stories and poems.
Out to the Philadelphia Free Library when I was traveling in Philadelphia once, I went to visit the raven that inspired that poem because he definitely got taxidermied and he is just at the library now.
That is cool. Good for him.
His name Grip, I think it's Grip the Raven.
Grip the Raven. Okay, who should I make first? Do you two have a preference of who I make first? I'm just assuming I'm making an occult sim, so your options are spellcaster, vampire, alien.
Empire! Empire!
Yeah. Alright, well, I guess
Gotta
that
be
means
vampire.
Courtney's first. Let me go ahead and add a second sim. Royce, do you have thoughts? Do you want to be an alien, vampire, spellcaster, human sim? I think mixed sim was human, but with the intention of becoming a vampire at some point. My roommate Mango has a vampire sim. I have a spellcaster, but living in the vampire town with Sharky, who's a normal human sim. No, Sharky's a shark sim.
Spellcaster might be appropriate. There was
Spellcaster?
actually a homebrew, like D&D. It was supposed to be a one-shot. It was a bit longer than a one-shot, but
It was
Courtney
a lot
and I
longer than a one-shot.
put ourselves in as NPCs in the adventure, and we used our vampire portraits, but we're not vampires. We're actually just magical beings like Wizard Warlock, with the expectation that people would assume we were vampiric and would jump to conclusions there.
All right,
See,
I guess,
one of the campaigns that I'm going to be in, I'm making, it's in Pathfinder, and the DM's like, I made a joke of being like, yeah, I should be a shark paladin, and the DM's like, I'm gonna quick homebrew a shark race for you. So, the DM homebrewed a Pathfinder shark race, so now I have a shark paladin with a swim speed of 30 feet, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is going to be intense. And we're pirates too. I'm a pirate
You do have the
captain.
ability to turn into human form, right? Or are you just
No.
in the water permanently? Okay.
No. So I'm a humanoid who can just breathe in the water. So I have both. So with Pathfinder 2, like, it takes an action and I can swap between using basically lungs and gills, so I can, like, swim without needing to breathe.
Yeah, interesting. I've got an orc character in a campaign that Royce is running for me that can breathe underwater because she has a mermaid fiance.
Well, technically, it's because of your subclass, but yeah.
Why do you think I chose the subclass? I had like a sailor background, and one of the backgrounds was like, you met someone while sailing that changed the course of your destiny, and I was like, well, that sounds like a mermaid girlfriend if I ever heard one.
What was the game that was based off of, Courtney? Coffee Talk?
Coffee Talk. Yeah, there was an
I
orc
streamed
like
that, like,
video
once.
game program.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
you streamed that
quick
exactly
question.
once, I believe.
Well, 2 questions. First of all, technically I know your last name. Do you want your last name in here? Should I just make up a last name? Should I just last name you Ace Couple? Mick ended up being named Nick-tastic.
Courtney, the Ace Couple.
No, Lane's good with me. I don't know what we do for Royce, though.
Yeah, I was gonna
did
ask the
see-
follow-up of the same question for Royce. There's also some pronoun things. Do you just use she, her?
Me, yeah, she, her's great.
Okay. And then the
My
other
philosophy on gender as a performance, and I am a woman in the way a drag queen is a woman. I love she, her. I'm not mad about they, them. they, them is technically accurate. I am high femme performing all of the time.
Oh, I feel that.
And even though I am not a smoker, there have been just like a very couple of times in my life where I've been like handed a really large cigar and have had like a glass of scotch, and it's like, well, now my pronoun is sir.
All right,
Like,
Royce,
there's just no way
Royce
around
ace
this.
couple it is. Is
Yeah,
that what
whatever,
I'm doing?
whatever for the last name. I prefer to have one first name and that's it, but
Well,
sadly.
if the
you
Sims
know,
has a required field, put whatever you want into it.
honestly, I think because we also have our Sims, right? And like, I just go by Satan here. What's the last name? I don't know. We don't have a running joke of the last name, so I think I just put Chaotica.
Yeah,
It was so interesting. Oh, go ahead, Sharky.
I was gonna say I'm the only one who has a joke last name due to
Yes.
Sharky,
And
that's
pronouns
a
for Royce were... There, we could also
They,
do custom
they them
pronouns
is fine.
to add a lot other options if you have a mix of like things you like. Royce is not confined to last names, like Beyonce. They them is
I
fine. you said?
also, if I can get away with it, I like to leave pronoun questions blank. But they them is fine. He him is also fine.
Okay. I'll put like a he somewhere in this 5 for fun.
Sadly, The Sims requires many fields.
It requires quite a few fields.
I get
They
really
them's probably
excited.
just the
Well,
easiest one.
I'm probably over exaggerating. I like whenever I can get away with just using Royce as a username on forums. But there are too many
That
situations when
is
some
tough.
some other dumb Royce has made an account first.
You know what's
No.
wild?
And I
is
could be
that
like Royce random string of numbers, but that's stupid.
I was in a Discord for someone else's stream, and I was Satan, but because they usually see me on Twitch, right? I had parentheses aces. Well, someone else joined that Discord as Satan. I'm like, we're gonna have to fight now. I was here first.
I've been told
fuck do you
I
think you
would
are?
need to Highlander other people so many times because Royce is such an uncommon name.
Alright, so we have...
A few years ago, we were joking because Royce, like, agender is the most correct term for the gender, but Royce also just feels very meh about it. So, Royce, you were
That's
not
legit. That's
exactly the first person online to ever say meh gender, but you were really, really close. Or more specifically, me talking about your experience was really close because you weren't online.
Okay.
And we were talking about how meh would be a great, perfect pronoun. Like,
have-
hand me Meh's book.
follow-up questions. So physical frame, I take Royce's masculine,
Yes.
and clothing preference is for some reason non-optional. It should be optional.
Yeah, Royce, are you gonna go with your daily everyday look or your vampire portrait look?
That's the question. Are we trying to recreate reality to the best extent? Because
It is
that's like
entirely up to you. I mean, Sharky wears a shark costume every single day of his life, don't you?
I don't even own a shark
You know,
hat.
in fact, you're correct. I should get 2 pairs of little bat wings and wear them everywhere I go every single day. Your sim, your rules.
No.
Yeah.
It's
I-
fully up to you how you want to do
the
it.
thing is I would have to pull up the vampire portrait picture to try to tell you what was in it.
You know, the hilarious... Well,
I-
okay, so there's different
The only
outfits
time
for
I get dressed
different-
up is when other people dress me up.
There's different outfits for different situations, like everyday versus formal versus like pajamas and like swimwear and stuff. So I was gonna say actually, because I think face-wise, the only thing I have of you two is like black and white like vampire portraits, and I am down for just using those as the model
Do it.
for
Do it.
approximating
Do
their
it.
faces.
Do it.
But,
That would
clothing
free Courtney up
preference
to tell
still has
stories
a-
too.
There will be
Yeah.
plenty of. I have to get these first questions out of the way, and then there will be plenty of time to just tell the Cincinnati
there'll
story
be a
in particular.
lot of time.
But yeah. So, do you want me to mark a clothing preference here? Should I just?
I mean, basically, we have the vampire portraits, and that is perfect to use for a model if we can. Otherwise, Royce basically just black t-shirt and jeans, always like a cartoon
Okay.
character. So many black t-shirts, so many pairs of jeans.
You know, I too sometimes. And then. Okay,
For
first
some odd
things
reason-
first. Interested in woohoo with neither. We're putting in the asexuality right now.
No woohoo.
Romantic
no woohoo
attraction
in ours,
for
though.
either of you. For both of you, respectively. It does have an exploring romantically where you can start off with one checked but not automatically reject from the other. Or you can put romantically attracted to neither and exploring romantically no. But I don't think that's the case, considering you're married.
So is there an option for exclusively romantically attracted to a gender or gender
To
expansive
exclusively
fluid
another
people?
sim. I think the way that you have to game this is just to say no anything. To be a couple of NPCs who are a couple in a game. where
I'm
they're
like,
just gonna
we'll
do their
see
things.
how I can get this to work. I might have to finagle it because, like, they added the gender and sexual orientation info and they added the pronouns, but it's still like kind of limited in ways, right? So like,
Yeah.
I was trying to make. Hi, I'm Adam, another Ace Twitch streamer. Hi, welcome. At one point, I was
Adam,
making mango.
did you tune into the Instagram live stream we did?
No,
was
I
that
didn't get a
yesterday?
chance to. That was yesterday.
Yeah, that's probably the same Adam. if
Was
I
that
had
you?
to
I
guess.
think so.
No, that was yesterday.
I have no concept of days anymore.
Yeah,
I'm so exhausted.
same.
You've had a
So
long Ace week. You're like the big
Yeah.
day, and I'm like, you ran the Ace week Twitter and then the Ace chat Twitter. What do you mean this is the big day?
This is the big day because we're telling the Cincinnati story.
Courtney's
It's
gonna
like
have a
the
big day
biggest
tomorrow,
story.
though, because the book club
Oh, right, that too.
tickets are
Oh.
just spilling in.
Wait,
Oh, really?
Adam, you do not have
There
the
have been like
first
10
time.
or so today.
You do not have the first time chatter. You've been here before. Hello again. I don't remember when, but at some point you were here before. Hi. I don't know if you remember when, but hi.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so the romantic orientation's a very weird one because I can't really explain that myself. Like when I first actually came out as asexual, I was using hetero-romantic asexual, but that's really wrong.
I
But it's wrong in a way that I don't have a very good word for either.
I vaguely remember you being here at some point. I just have no memory of like what was being talked about or anything, but I think because there are the usernames that come up and I go, what do I call you?
Yeah, there's always a username when you're just like, hello! Hi.
Yeah. Yeah. Either there's like no complete words or there's too many words and I'm like, which word do I use? Okay, wait. And then yes, so I'm gonna try making this as both of you not exploring romantically or attracted to anyone but married. And we'll see if the game lets me do that.
If it doesn't,
hope
just do what you
so.
gotta do.
Otherwise I'll finagle it around. And then a couple last questions and then we can move on to story time.
Move on to Cincinnati.
Yes.
Guys, it's getting closer.
Cincinnati specifically.
I'm
so
bursting at the seams.
specifically, I have to pick 3 traits for each of you and an aspiration, and then some various likes and dislikes, but we can leave those for later for the sake of story time. So far, the traits I have for Courtney are creative, vegetarian, and there's some options for otherwise. We have like cheerful. Would you consider yourself cheerful? I think you're cheerful, but I don't know.
I love it's like, would you consider yourself?
There's a. Is that a follow sound I just heard? I feel like that was a follow sound.
Yes.
Oh.
Maddie723.
Thanks for the follow, Maddie.
Thanks, Maddie.
There's art lover, there's foodie, there's geek, music lover, bookworm, perfectionist. All of the things over here. I don't think you're a snob.
I would hope not.
You know,
I think
the sad thing
maybe
is
bookworm.
they have a hates children, but the opposite is family oriented. It's not loves children, it's family oriented. You can only love your own children, I guess.
Yeah, I don't love that because I love children, but I am not gonna have my own probably.
Or just a professional weirdo trait, or is that a career option?
Sadly, neither of those things.
Yeah,
So I think
bookworm might
because-
work. I am a geek.
Yeah, I was thinking
maybe
somewhere
I'm
on
cheerful.
here.
Are you foodie, art lover, music lover, perfectionist?
It's very limiting that they only let you pick 3.
Yeah.
And that vegetarian has to take up one of those slots.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It does have a thing of like, I guess, as a vegetarian sim, like all of the food options I think for cooking get converted to vegetarian options at least, which is nice.
Great.
And I
Yeah.
think that if you like eat food that's been left out that's non-vegetarian, then the sim becomes kind of unhappy because they're like, wait, but I'm vegetarian, I don't like this, I didn't want to eat meat. So at least they included that.
Yeah, I'd say maybe we'll do bookworm because even though I am a geek, I almost feel like geek is a little more suited to Royce, unless there's a better other trait for Royce.
I was about to say, I've heard a discussion of how to compare the words geek and nerd. And
Well,
the-
in this
the, like,
case,
well,
there's
in
that
this
flavor
explanation,
text.
it was like geek was interested in all the latest technologies and gadgets and things like that. You know, the newest type of phone, the newest watch, and the nerd was like looking for ways to implement their favorite pathfinding algorithm. And I was like, fuck, that is a hyper-specific personal attack.
okay, well, this doesn't have a separate nerd one. But geek is these sims become happy when reading sci-fi or playing video games, may become tense if they haven't played much, are better at finding collectibles, and can discuss geek things with other geek sims. I will say that because there's only 3, like, geek ends up very low on the list of traits for me, even though I feel like I should also have the trait, but I guess I don't because there's other stuff that I need to stick on myself.
I have
mean, I
nothing to
think
stick on
bookworm's
myself.
fine.
I'll put
I'm
bookworm on
content
you.
with that. Yeah.
Okay, and then Royce, we said geek, and you're also vegetarian, right?
Yeah.
And then what's the third one for you?
I just forgot what all of the options were.
There's a lot of options, to be fair. Geek, good at finding collectibles. Are you a fucking bloodhound? Royce, congratulations. As a spellcaster, I guess you are also a bloodhound.
Okay, that works.
Oh, I also have some mods for,
One
like, demonic
random
eyes, and
person
that's why
at
your
our-
eyes look this way right now.
One random person at our house once said that I had the ears of a Cocker Spaniel. I don't know how that fits into bloodhound.
I don't.
As in, I was anxiously moving around trying to make sure that everyone at the beginning of this house party was taken care of, and I was hearing knocks at the door from the basement.
That's impressive.
Royce gets like hypersensitive to everything in social situations, so Royce's hearing just becomes like superhuman in stressful, lots of people type situations.
Fair. So I know one of the traits on Sharky is loner, and it sounds like maybe Royce would also like loner.
Sure. I am
Yeah, that
easily
works.
overwhelmed in groups.
Fair enough.
Same.
Let's see, the flavor text is, these Sims become happy when alone, do not receive negative moodlets when their social need is low, become tense around strangers, and become embarrassed more often by social rejection.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah,
I would
okay.
say
I
that my
did
social
see-
need is low.
I think
will-
it
Same, Royce.
reduces the rate that it reduces at, and then if we play enough, I know for Sharky we eventually got to the just like, the social need just goes down. What social need? Social is not a need. Okay, and then
I will ask
aspiration. We have
Royce
some
because
different
I
ones.
did see a couple other traits. So Royce, you tell me, should we keep bookworm for me, or I also saw goofball and romantic, and both of those also.
So romantic, I
They're
will
quite
warn you
fitting.
away from only because
Okay.
romantic is sort of like
Do they take it too far?
hyper allo romantic. So it says these
yeah,
Sims
that's not
tend to be
quite right.
flirty and may become sad if they don't have any romantic interactions for a period of time.
Oh yeah, flirty is
And
not.
you'll like-
I don't equate flirting with romance at all.
Yeah, you'll
That
like-
is- that is not how I
Those
experience
Sims
things.
randomly get like a flirty mood just because they are romantic.
Oh, ew.
And I
Ew,
was
I don't
like,
like
yeah,
that.
that's. They actually have this flip side unflirty one, which I used to use as like the ace trait, but I fucking hated it because it actually just sounds like you're socially incompetent.
I heard about that. Yeah, that's.
I
too
think
bad.
I was ranting about it when they put out the update where it could finally just your ace. Damn near.
Yes, yes,
Hoping they meant
absolutely.
romantic, like you act like a tragic hero in a gothic novel. Wouldn't that be great? Where is the
That's what I
gothic
was-
novel
that's where I was.
hero as a trait?
I want the melodrama.
We do have goofball, which is that you occasionally get like a playful trait thing. So there are these like moodlet things that pop. I don't know how familiar you are with Sims 4, so I'm just explaining with the assumption you're not. Your Sims will get various
no, they're
moods
both
that
good.
like determine like different versions of things they can do, or might cut off some things like, oh, you're too sad to do this right now, or like you're too tense from work, you can't really focus on doing this other also stressful thing.
That happens.
So yeah, it's like in an attempt to be
Give you
realistic,
weirder
and I think
things
that's
to
fair.
do.
So goofball just means you get more like playful options, or like more playful moodlets. So once in a while it'll just be like, oh, this sim just randomly feels playful. I had also stuck creative, which inspired is one of the moods. And I was like, well, you literally make hair art, so I feel like creative should go there.
True.
But
Yeah,
we can swap
We'll
that
keep it where
one
we're
out
at.
as
No,
well.
we'll keep it. That's fine. We'll-
Like, there's a
we'll leave it
lot
there.
of options, and it's very frustrating that you can only pick 3, because I'm otherwise like,
Right.
yeah, I
You're
think
limiting
that
my potential.
every sim we've made so far should get the loyal trait, but apparently that's not an option, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, well,
there's-
that's fine.
There's good, but I think I was voted by chat to be evil since I'm Satan, so then we wouldn't get along, and so that'd be very sad if we didn't get along.
Yeah, let's get along.
Okay.
I
Was a
prefer
Mick.
friends.
One last question. Hi, Mick. One
Mick,
last question
hello.
from each of you, and we can dig into story time.
Okay.
And I will use... if you have any higher res of the vampire portraits that you can send me on the side.
Yeah, I'll send them.
to
How do you want them?
use, just through Discord or something. Just one each of you, you two. Oh, I forgot to say, Courtney was wearing the cutest hat in the takeover stream. Oh, cute
Oh,
hat.
thank you. Yeah, it was my purple top hat.
Oh,
Yes.
I really... Tell me more about these Victorian hat pins that might make the top hat that I bought actually fit my head, because my head is too small.
I tell you what, I've got an entire box of Victorian hat pins. If we ever get together in person, I will show you how they work and see if we can get them. But it's literally like,
Can you Amazon
you
Victorian hat pins?
there might be a company
There's
that makes
probably a
modern
third-party
versions of
seller
them.
on there.
But if you can picture like craft pins that have like a black like ball at the end of a pin that you put in like a pin cushion, picture that, but like really, really long. And it's supposed to go basically through the hat, but also like into your hair. So it's sort of like a combination hat hair pin. So it literally like pins the hat to your hair.
Also literally saw a person wearing a top hat today and whispered Courtney core to myself. Okay, so top hats are Courtney core and all memes should be read in Magic's voice. These are the two pieces of information that I have received in the past hour or so.
Magic.
Magic missed that, right?
Magic.
Yes,
Before
I
this
think we were
stream,
not
I was
quite
just
live,
telling them. The other day, I came across a stream or a meme, and it looks like a cat who appears to be crying. Like this cat looks like it's just welling up with tears. And the meme says, "What do you want to be for Halloween?" And the cat is answering, "I want to be enough, bro." And I texted that to Royce, and I said, "Why did I just read that in Magic's voice?"
Oh wait, these are black and white photos. I don't have a skin tone.
I'm very white.
Royce is white. I am
There
less
are a
white.
lot of degrees of very white in this game, I gotta say.
I
There's
am
this
not-
many
right there.
options for skin tone.
Actually, what you have on there is probably pretty close. Skin tone's really, really hard for me because I have this like medium olive tone that changes drastically depending on what lighting I'm in. So like, yeah, it's kind of maybe airs like a little bit on the golden side. Yeah, I
Okay,
don't
so
know.
we'll do that same one that was on here, but let's see, like there, something like that.
Yeah, that's close. That's probably as close as we're gonna get, to be honest.
And then Royce, who ironically defaulted to being the darker skinned, it's what degree of very white?
I am the oddly translucent white, not the like matte white Irish
Okay,
white.
this kind. Does that seem about right?
That's a little
That
too
seems
light, actually.
too white.
That's like
That is
reflective.
too white. You're not.
I don't know. You told me oddly translucent, hyper white, so.
Courtney,
Royce
why
only
don't you
says-
help with this color?
Royce says translucent because Royce will occasionally just like you'll like look at your arms and be like, "Why can I see all my veins?" It's like lots of people can see their veins.
I
It's
can
not
see
just
my
because of your
veins
skin color.
sometimes, and I am definitely not white. I am distinctly, visibly not white.
I'd put a little more pink into it, maybe. Royce
Well, okay.
does flush and have a little
Also,
bit.
the question of like neutral, cooler, warm toned. I can adjust from there, but
So Courtney, this is all you. I'm colorblind and don't spend much time looking at myself.
this is fair. I was mostly asking Courtney anyway because I assume you spend more time looking at each other than looking at yourselves.
That's true.
I mean, I think for me, Satan had to like bring up a picture of me.
Oh yeah, 'cause
Actually,
I haven't
that
looked
right
at your face
there-
properly in a while. I can also
That
bump
right
this
there's
one a
probably
little
pretty
bit.
good.
Like,
I'd probably keep it there, especially if we're going full
Right there?
vampire, because they did put
well, Royce is going
like-
spellcaster.
like pale powder on us.
Although
for
you will
that.
be in the vampire town, so you know maybe good enough. I also
Yeah,
I
that's
guess
going to be a
pretty good,
design
actually.
choice. I get casually referenced as a vampire without any attempt.
That's fine.
at being
You will
so.
be a vampiric looking spellcaster. I also realized, due to the black and white of these photos, eye color of each of you.
Royce's eyes are very blue, very like clear crystal blue. Mine are very dark brown.
We're
All right,
learning
you're
about
going
the
for, like-
ace couple today.
Let's see.
I
What do
think
I
my
have in here?
most common random like celebrity comparison that I hear in person is from Interview with a Vampire.
You know, that'd be really helpful if I knew celebrities whatsoever. I'm gonna call this Crystal Blue.
That's pretty good, actually. Like,
This-
honestly,
I
if
think
this was more
comes from my
customizable,
demon DLC. Congratulations, Royce, you are in fact a vampire.
that's actually really close to Royce's eye color. Royce does have one like red spot on one eye, so if we had,
Oh
the
yeah, so
ability
if
to
there's
customize
like
this
Not
if there's
that
like
degree
a
of
mod
customizable.
to add a little spot that may or may not be from a paper cut.
Oh.
Which I'd be surprised if it was, because when I paper cut my eyeball, like it was across the pupil and across the entire eye, and I did not scar at all once it recovered. I just needed some time in an eye
didn't
patch.
realize that I had a splotch on my eyes until photography class, but apparently, flipping over a history test while like without moving back away from the page and having the corner hit myself in the right eye had a lasting impact.
Oh, jeez.
Oh. I'm
eye
like
color
holding
of
my
Courtney.
eyes. Like, ow, this hurts me.
Eye color of Courtney. And by the way, these don't have to be super realistic. I have a lot of demonic options here if you wanted any unrealistic eye colors as well. We could just say that you wear colored contacts everywhere you go.
Oh,
This
they-
applies to
worn
both of
colored
you, so
contacts
Royce.
before. But yeah, like dark brown's fine. I'm fine with going fairly realistic here.
Also, Magic breaks out new notebook, painstakingly labels it Ace Couple Lore, begins writing.
Yeah.
Yes,
Addition.
with Royce, we finally have a lore book that Magic is writing.
So I was chatting with the Ace
So-
couple
so
on their
it's a
live
place
stream.
to
I was hoping
archive
to
all
announce
of
a collab
Courtney's
with an Ace
stories.
streamer for Ace Week. Would anyone be interested? Oh man, tomorrow's the last day of Ace Week, but
Tomorrow is the last day of this week, and
technically I'm available for like a couple hours maybe. Which is to say,
What's
I
your-
have like work I really need to get done, but I can probably carve out a couple hours somewhere, so my schedule's actually pretty loose. But
what's availability?
it's that thing that you claim to have all of the time, and then when it comes to actually scheduling, you look at your calendar and go, wait, I have D&D and Extreme 3 times a week.
What calendar? I yell at you to have a calendar. I don't use a calendar.
Correct. This is because I suddenly end up scheduling things like an hour and a half before the stream.
Yes.
Just want to announce it.
Yeah,
during
it's-
Ace Week,
it's-
that's
it
all.
sounds
It's on me. I
like-
didn't plan it. That's okay. We've definitely had last minute stuff. We could guest on something at some point, right, Sharky? As I just tell you to.
I mean,
I've been voluntold to do things before.
I mean, it would fully depend. I don't know. Like, it depends on a lot.
Yeah, it depends on what kinds of things do you volunteer. Have other people not heard the term voluntold?
That's the first I've heard it, but I know
Really?
exactly what it means. I love it.
It's yeah. I've heard it a lot. I've also been voluntold various times. Like the time I was told to join a work temporary team thing for 4.5 months. And I was like, but I don't want to. And my manager went, well, I already gave your name, so how can I convince you? Heard it all the time in the military. Mandatory. Okay.
Oh, I hear that. Which, by
Another-
the way, anyone listening, Mick was our guest on our podcast, The Ace Couple, this week.
Yeah.
And that was such a great conversation. And Mick also mentioned a story of being ace in the military, which is just such an interesting perspective that we don't hear very often. So definitely check that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
One more question for each of you, real quick. We have these categories of aspirations, and then there's sort of like the actual goal within each of them. What's your goals? Use that term all the time. I've been voluntold to do things. I've been volunteered to do things. I have openly just volunteered to do things. I have voluntold other people to do things.
Why is the deviant's aspiration just a pair of handcuffs?
You know, it's funnily enough, when I was making my sim, I was like, oh, what should my aspiration be? And chat decided I should go for public enemy, so I did achieve being the most hated public enemy. Though it did really help that I accidentally got a curse on my sim that was called the Curse of Unwarranted Hostility, where random strangers just come up and fight me. Like, physically fight me. But because I have the public enemy trait, I'm better at mean interactions, so I usually win the fights.
So is love just like
so there is a
couple romance,
serial
or...
romantic of you want to date as many people as possible, or their soulmate, find and live a rewarding life with the one. By the way, one of the deviants ones is Villainous Valentine. You destroy the love lives of all Sims, including your own. Which
Oh my
I'm just
gosh,
like, what?
That's kind of funny.
It's funny, but I'm also like, I'd hate it for anyone I'm actually like making among my friends. That's more like I'm making a random sim to play for fun on a stupid file. Location is really just city, I think, because I have a city expansion. I have the go to work expansion, which I think lets me have freelancer type job, but unfortunately there's no Victorian hair art, so I think I just put like a workbench crafting table in your house that I'm going to give you for like woodworking. So instead you'll be really good at woodworking, I guess, because that's the nearest thing I can give you unless I give you painting. But I felt like
speaking of
it's a little
woodworking,
more physical.
Rice does more woodworking. I actually
well,
would be a little closer to painting, I think.
Okay, we
what
can
I was
toss
going
an
to
easel
say
in
is
there.
that I'm probably in the knowledge area here, but the only Sims game I've actually played myself was way back, I think, on the PS2, and it had this. It was definitely like feature starved compared to the PC version, but it had like a split screen co-op that was kind of fun, and that was mostly why I played it. But me and some friends figured out like the best money hack was to put in like an air filter that would like give some puffs of energy, and then just spend all day woodwork making gnomes.
Why does it
just
always get
wait
back to the
until you
gnomes?
see your home, because I have
always
covered it
gnomes.
in gnomes. I didn't get around to putting toads all over it. I'm gonna have to do that. We gotta put frogs
Victorian
everywhere.
hair art, but you get the hair from wood nymphs.
Yes. Okay, but for aspiration, if you prefer out of those things painting, I can give you a painter aspiration, or we can do one of these other ones.
I'll take knowledge.
There's also
I wish
writing
love was
and
a little more
music.
like friends and community too, but
No, it's when it says love, it says romantic. There is popularity. Friend of
but
the
I don't-
world.
I don't want to be popular. I want a close-knit community to a hermit with.
Yeah, this is a positive influence in the lives of their neighbors. Which, to be fair, I'm going to be sticking you in. I did find that there was one house available. I'm going to have to use a cheat to move you guys in, but I think that's fine. So otherwise, your community is like the NPC vampires. My roommate, who has been moved into the house of the rich, old-looking vampire who we have plotted to murder so that she can just own the house from him. Me and Sharky and Mick. That's the entire neighborhood. Every single sim that I have, every single person that I've invited over here to make into a sim and move into this sim world has wanted to live in the vampire neighborhood.
Well, shoot,
So,
maybe location is
basically-
my aspiration because I want to live in a neighborhood with
No,
with y'all.
unfortunately, the one is only city native, so it's all about city life, and so I'd have to move you specifically into like the city area.
Yeah.
But I can give you the provide all manner of advice, be a positive influence in the lives of their neighbors. I don't know very much about this one.
Do it. Sure.
We can just
let's
change it
see.
later.
Let's
as
learn.
needed.
We'll see what it happens.
Gregarious.
I want to be queen of the vampires.
You
a
will get
positive
the
influence
trait
for the other
gregarious
vampires.
to build friendly relationships faster. You know what? I think that's fine. And
Sure.
then
Like to me, I would want like love of many friends and community, and unfortunately, popularity seems to be the closest. Like they're
I
not
think it's
putting
the
that as a type
closest
of love.
thing, but I think, I mean, it says popularity, but I feel like in a sense it's like a close-knit community can be a kind of popularity in a way. I don't know.
Sure.
Popularity
Sure,
is
well-
a very nebulous term beyond like high school, I feel like.
We'll blend words to suit our own narrative. We do that in the Ace community all the time.
Yeah! Oh, did I hear another follow? I think I heard another follow. Thank you for the follow as soon as it...
Yes.
Hey, thanks for all the follows. This was our goal all along. Let's get more follows for Sharky and Satan.
Oh no.
We don't need any more. What are you talking about? Ah!
You have been supporting us a lot the last 2 days on those other Twitter accounts, and I was like,
Yeah, I don't know what you're
we're
talking
being
about.
very aggressively supported. Oh, speaking of
I
The,
don't know.
the
Yeah,
casual
yeah,
discomfort
Magic.
of others is kind of entertaining.
help.
Magic.
You
Don't
go,
make me type
Magic.
you out.
We need to get Sharky's side personal channel to affiliate so that Sharky can also have separate emotes. Very important.
Sharky Cry. I cannot wait until I
Father?
can get Sharky Cry. I'll put you in timeout.
Your stream father is threatening to be a strict father. He's gonna ground you.
Is grounding like banned from streams? How does that work?
Well, if I time Magic
Time
out,
No,
then,
No,
wouldn't
you're
be
gonna
able to
delete all their
cross-reference it.
messages then. Don't time Magic out. No, the way that timeout works is actually just that we have to schedule one additional D&D session sometime during the week, so Magic can't go out because they're busy playing D&D.
I'm strong and cannot be contained.
I mean, if we need to collaborate, we can make things more difficult for Patchouli as well.
What is Royce's aspiration in life?
Oh wait, a random
Also-
demonology fact. I
You
have
said knowledge.
I have those.
While Royce decides on an aspiration.
Yes.
Something under knowledge. That seems
Something
to
under
fit
knowledge.
wizardry. I have to be an int character here.
Oh, actually, we can. So there's
Gosh dang it, Mick!
spellcraft and sorcery that is like basically the aspiration that's just explore all the magical parts. There's nerd brains. So that you can do
honestly,
books
in
fine
a
handy.
world where magic exists, yes.
Well, magic does exist. They're in chat.
Yeah. There's wants to be good at many things at once. There's computer whiz. So, you want the spellcraft one?
Is the Roy Sim just going to be writing a magic lore book?
Quite possibly. Yeah, let's go with the magic one.
That's fine.
Be-
You have
being too
magic!
interested in computers in the Sims world where magic exists seems odd.
A demonology fact and a cage fact. Wow, bold.
Yeah.
Bold of you to assume I ever go out. See, this is why I'm like, no. We need to ground you in the form of D&D so that we know you also can't do anything else fun. And maybe Patchouli will be like the next to go to prison for some reason.
Oh, grounded in D&D.
I don't know how else one would effectively ground someone while also using D&D to do it. I feel like you'd have to put them in D&D prison.
Well, you guys get arrested a lot.
So
A
far,
couple times.
only Mick has been actually detained since our initial prison break.
Yeah, that is true.
Only Einrim ended up actually in jail since then. Royce is just gonna start looking through my backstory to inflict trauma back into Julie. No, that's the fun
Oh, don't
part,
worry. We're
isn't
way
it?
ahead of you, Magic. We're way ahead of you. Don't worry about that.
Oh man.
Yeah, I
Trauma
think
runs
Courtney's mostly in charge of Patchouli's trauma at this point.
And you're in charge of Souls?
The seeds have been planted. Don't you worry. Souls we've been both kind of working on.
No, Royce is in charge of my trauma, I feel like.
I have been assigned to play Kaifin as an NPC.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think Royce had mentioned writing most of Sewell's dreams, or all of the dreams so far, but I don't know beyond that.
Yeah, that's true. I've written, I believe, aside from the Demigorgon stuff, all of Sewell and Kate's stuff.
Mm.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah, and
Demogorgon
I've
is
been
the one I
writing
received from Courtney.
magic
Sue and
stuff and
Yeah, it really
I've been
doesn't like my
having-
name.
I liked that last dream a lot, and no one has heard about it because nothing has changed.
Sewell doesn't
a
talk
lot
about
of you
dreams.
have dreams that have
look.
not been discussed.
Cade was like, I should ask the others about their Demogorgon dreams. Goes to Einrim.
Yeah.
Cade just decided, I'm not gonna ask Sewell about whatever Demogorgon dream they may have had. And you know, that's fine. Because if you had, Sewell would probably been just like, in your face, cackling, as the form of telling you what the dream was.
But as for the Kingdom Hearts fact,
Are you doing that one first?
I have
Before the
one of
demonology?
yeah, I have one of two. Should it be a cutscene fact or should it be an did not get made fact?
Hang on, let me roll a die. I got an odd, which means I think you just do the cutscene one.
Okay. Well, that one's easy. In Kingdom Hearts 1, there's a specific cutscene after you beat the Tarzan world. However, if you beat the Tarzan world without completing the Alice in Wonderland world, you actually get a different cutscene. Because originally it shows Alice getting kidnapped, but if you don't complete the Alice in Wonderland world, you see Snow White getting kidnapped.
I know nothing about this game except what Sharky has told me on stream.
I think Magic's in the same boat and regrets it.
Don't worry. This is kind of why I'm the walking Kingdom Hearts trivia. Or wiki, as Satan called me so long ago.
Correct.
Okay, do the demonology fact, and then let's get into the Cincinnati story since it's going to take so long.
Okay. Yes, now that I'm starting to like actually shape faces very approximately, because this is specifically like two very specific like faces that I have received in particular facial expressions. I think I have Courtney in like a mid hiss growl thing, so I'm like, oh no, I'm approximating. Demonology fact. For those who have played the Persona games or SMT games in general, there's the one monster, Dekarabia, right? And that is actually named after a demon from like, I guess Christian-based Christian Judaic demonology. And that, so in Persona and stuff, it looks like a starfish. It looks kind of like a starfish. It's like orange and star-shaped. And I guess the reason for that is that they did their research. The demon is originally described as appearing in the form of a star within a pentacle. Which is interesting because I feel like a pentacle already has a star, so,
Yeah.
But
Two
it's
stars.
described as appearing in the form of a star within a pentacle, and I guess that's why they decided as a character design thing to make the creature look like a starfish. So I thought that was really cool. think that's a cool fun fact. And SMT seems to actually... I have another one about SMT for another time.
I mean, yeah, SMT is...
They seem to have actually, like, done some research. So, like, I will say that... Because they took mythological creatures and gods and stuff from all sorts of religions around the world. And some make more sense than others. But yeah, I think they really did their research, at least on the two that I looked up, so. I'm sorry if I
It's
made
interesting
the
basing a
flat
demon off
proposition.
the
It's okay, it's okay.
too, because...
What were you saying, Royce?
Oh, I was about to say it's interesting basing a demon, or like, envisioning a demon as a starfish, because there are a lot of very weird things about starfish, like the fact that they don't have blood, or the fact that they like take their stomachs out of their bodies to like latch onto things to dissolve them on the outside before eating them. And it's not a big stretch to just consider all starfish like in-world demons.
Oh, wait, I have received a picture from Courtney, and now I can adjust the skin tone accordingly.
I've learned way
Oh
too
yeah,
much about
I just
starfish.
sent another picture in case it helps because that's a more neutral
Yes.
expression.
I think
So
yeah.
Yeah,
that
there was
looks
no
more
chill in
accurate.
those vampire portraits.
I feel like this
Starfish.
looks like more accurate skin tone then. And thank you.
So,
I mean, it doesn't have to be as super realistic. I've very much approximated our appearances for Sharky in mind, so I'm like, we don't have to make it hyper realistic or anything.
Oh yeah,
in terms of
do what
molding.
works. I mean, skin tone is so weird for me because I mentioned it fluctuates a lot in lighting just because of its like medium shade and its tone. But I also tan faster and easier and like more completely than any other person I have ever met in my life. So there have been periods of time in my life where I've been getting a lot of sun where I'm just like solidly brown and I'm normally lighter than that. So I have so many pictures from different points in my life where it's like, well, that looks like a totally different person's skin. Very odd.
Wait, is that your hair color normally?
So
Cool if it is. Just
I pre-pandemic, I was constantly just like dyeing my hair a bunch of different colors. So my hair has been every single color you can possibly imagine at one point or another.
nice.
This was very faded from a bright purple that was almost the same color as that hat, but it faded into a pastel like grayish purple. So that's what that phase was.
Oh, you
my
got your
natural
hair
color.
super pale then.
My natural color, which it is right now because I haven't done anything with my hair for 2.5 years, is just dark brown.
Oh, I've kept up dyeing my hair even though I don't go that many places. I just for me and for video calls and stuff, I've just kept up dyeing my hair.
Courtney, you
Yes.
had to have your hair pretty specially treated to hit some of those silver tones, right? Like the really light tones.
Oh, you would have to.
I had to use like purple shampoo and stuff to keep it silvery. Otherwise it would get more bronzy over time. But yeah, I mean, actually in the vampire portraits, which you can't tell, my hair was like probably more like what your Sim's hair color is right now, that dark blue. Yeah.
That color is a little bit brighter than my ideal shade, which has been very hard for me to hit. It very
Yeah,
quickly
honestly,
turns
like
green.
hair, you can do whatever you want because my hair's been everything.
All right, well, because this is the picture you sent me, this is approximately what your Sim is gonna get, and I'm gonna see.
Fair enough.
Is there a top hat? Can I put? There's a top hat. There's a purplish top hat. That's actually a
Gotta
little
have
bit
the
more
purple
blue.
top hat.
That actually looks a little bit more blue, but it's got a purple ribbon at least. Let's see, what's this one? That's blue with a navy ribbon.
Oh, and also Adam, to answer your question, I saw your DM as well. We are just really frantic with Ace Week right now because we are very busy and we've had something every day. But once we've had some time to rest and relax after Ace Week is over, we'll get back to you on that for sure. also like, don't feel bad about not having anything for Ace Week to have or do or announce, because like, honestly, I know some aces who are like, I'm not doing anything for Ace Week except existing and having fun, and I'm like, honestly, I kind of envy that.
There's a few that were that I saw online that were just like, yeah, I don't really have anything special planned, but just happy Ace Week, everyone. I'm just gonna be streaming like normal. Just like awesome.
I think even some members of Cloud Cabin weren't necessarily doing that much special. It's absolutely just what you feel comfortable with and stuff. And no, it's not adding pressure on us.
It's all year round.
Totally okay.
Yeah, it's some people are just, they're celebrating Ace Week by existing, and that's totally awesome. We're going the extra mile this year for some reason.
We usually do stuff for Ace Week, but we're in this weird place. Like, we're Ace streamers, but it's like our thing is that we're Ace. We're not just like streamers who happen to be Ace.
Yeah, it's part of the shtick.
It's the brand is that we're Ace. That's the whole point. So in that sense, it makes me want personally to do more of a thing for Ace Week. I also just like going big on celebrating like special occasions and stuff. So, for me, I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Sharky just kind of gets pulled along and goes,
I very much get pulled along on things, but that's kind of also just how I am as a person. So I think it's story time.
Oh, it's story time. Is it time to tell the Cincinnati story?
Unless you have any qualms with any part of how I'm designing your sim at some point, or want to give further inputs on something that you'd like changed, I think otherwise
Not
it is
really.
Now story time.
I'm the worst judge of my own face, and anything you can possibly do with hair or clothes or eyes is probably something I've done at some point anyway. So
it is totally okay.
Cincinnati story. So, for those of you who may not be aware, I am a Victorian hair artist and a historian. So I make artwork and jewelry out of human hair, and I also study the history behind this very old art form. And as you can well imagine, there are not a lot of people doing this. Very rare, very niche profession.
What?
Yeah, and so actually, I just reminded myself about this today when I was making sure I didn't forget any parts of this story. Because I went back to the vlog that I made for my patrons at the time. It was right after Ace Week a few years ago, because I had these Ace nails that were fabulous. So it's a bit of an anniversary of sorts. There was an exhibit, a museum exhibit in Cincinnati that was temporary. They said between this week and this week, you can see this hair jewelry exhibit. And it was pieces that had never been displayed before, a lot of very unique things. And I was like, oh, I've got to go see this exhibit while it's still up, because otherwise it's all going to go in the vault. I won't be able to see it. I won't be able to study these things. So I booked a trip to Cincinnati. I'd never been there before. Never been to Ohio, period.
Why would
Wasn't
you want
expecting... Exactly. Wow. I wasn't expecting to do anything except go to this museum. But when I travel for an event or a museum or something like that, I tend to just try to book tickets that are cheapest, like flight times. So usually that's like flying in or flying out at a weird day or a weird time. And so I just try to do that. But, so I ended up having more time than I needed to just see that one exhibit on that one day. I was there for like a long weekend. And for some reason I was like, I'm just gonna go to Cincinnati and see what happens. I did not plan anything except for this museum. And when I was looking for places to stay, I found a place called the Symphony Bed and Breakfast, and it was a Victorian house. that had just like beautiful old antique furniture and all this stuff. So I was like, well, I want to stay at the Victorian bed and breakfast, absolutely. So I show up and the manager greets me and comes and unlocks the doors and everything. And while he's like getting me a key and everything, he's like, "You believe in ghosts?" And
That's the way to start it.
That is a way
and
to
I was
start
like, and I gave him my spiel that I normally give when people ask if I believe in ghosts, which the cliff notes of that is not literally, but I don't think ghosts need to be real to be important, because a lot of ghost stories actually tell really significant stories about culture and fears and mostly a lot of societal guilt. And a lot of those have big underlying like systemic issues. Like if you think one of the biggest trope examples of this is like the old Indian burial grounds. Like, ooh, this was built over an Indian burial ground. Like people will use that as like, oh, this is just a scary ghost story, but the societal trauma there is the, you know, genocide and stolen land of indigenous people. So that's why I find ghost stories to be interesting. I don't literally believe in ghosts, but I see a social reason to study and have an interest in ghost stories. And even like local ghosts and local ghost stories and local hauntings and whatnot. I just find it so interesting. So I kind of started talking to him about this, and he was like, yeah, well, you know, this bed and breakfast you're staying in is it's on the Cincinnati Ghost Tour, you know. And I was like, really? It's like, yeah, if you're interested, you could book a ticket and go on the ghost tour, and it ends right here. So at the end of the tour, you can just go to your room and go to bed. And I was like, okay, interesting. I'll keep that in mind. I haven't decided what I'm doing at night, but we'll see about that. So I pull up, I get my bags, I go and I have some dinner. And the thing about this bed and breakfast was that there was sort of a bar, cafe kind of area on the main level that was only open for a few hours in the evening every night for the public to come in and get drinks and food. But I was just staying there. This was my hotel room. So at the time I had just stark white hair. And I was wearing like full Victorian garb, like floor-length gown. I was literally wearing an antique hat. I didn't even have the purple top hat with me. It was a like wide-brimmed Edwardian feather hat. And I walk in at the end of the day just to walk through the bar so I could go to the back up to the stairs where my room was. And when I walk into the bar area, there were these two ladies sitting at the bar who just started freaking out. And they were like whisper shouting, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, look at that, look over there. Is that the ghost? Look, can you see her feet? Is she walking or is she floating?" At this floor-length gown. And they were like not being subtle at all. I could hear everything they were saying. And they were just so excited and in a panic. So I decided, well, I'm just going to stone face, look forward, walk through the room, and not acknowledge them in any way, shape, or form. And turns out that was the best choice to make, because as soon as I walked into like the employee and guest only section out of view of this bar area, one of them literally turned around and addressed the whole room very loudly and was like, "Did anybody else just see that?" And so I was like, wow, people really think that this building is haunted. And apparently I'm the ghost haunting it. So at this point I was like, well, maybe I do need to go on this ghost tour. So I booked a ticket, and it was a walking tour, and I walk with a cane and I walk very slowly. So by the end of this tour, I was in a lot of pain and I was struggling to get through all of it. But this ghost tour was taking us to all these different places, and it was taking us to a park, and it was taking us to an old, like, former cemetery that got transplanted somewhere else, and...
Quick interruption. What color is Royce's hair?
Probably that. Like
Okay.
a dusty blonde.
Dusty, because there's like that.
I'd say it's a little darker. Like
little
it's
darker?
It's not
People
darker
just-
than what's on the screen.
Oh, I think it is.
No.
The
This one? That's a little
most-
too dark.
most
This
people
one?
throughout my life have described my hair as brown, but it sun bleaches. So it's probably technically a very dark blonde.
Okay.
No, that's too dark.
Okay.
that's too
I'll go back to what it was. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Please continue. And is it actually as long as in the picture?
Yes.
Okay.
We both have hair like to our belly buttons right now.
You know, it's very sad. I think because of the physics of it, Sims will only, both masculine and feminine, allow hair up to about this length.
That's always a struggle with video games, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hair physics. Hair physics. All right. Sorry.
I
Continue.
think I found this tour's website, and the
Did you?
three locations that under our tour preview: Washington Park, Taft's Ale House, and the Symphony Hotel and Restaurant.
Yep, that's where I stayed. Yeah, so yeah, that was the birthplace of William Howard Taft. I actually went to like his childhood home while I was there also.
I don't know why
So,
all the things in The Sims are so tiny. The default is like this thin, and I'm like, do you have sticks for arms? Does everyone have sticks for arms?
I have a small waist and obscenely large breasts and hips, if that helps. If there is a perfect hourglass,
Alright.
that is me.
My roommate also has like the very dramatic hourglass and is like, this is supposed to be the societal like goal. Why do none of the clothes fit? Why do none of the clothes from the store fit? You'd
No,
get along
forever-
great with her. I gotta introduce you sometime.
We
She's
do.
also
Yeah,
into
yeah,
all the
so-
occult shit.
So Courtney's like, everyone gets so mad about anime proportions being unrealistic, but she's like, oh, these anime characters actually look more like me than a lot of other people.
Yes. It's very weird.
All right, this outfit's done, right?
No, Satan. Oh, there we go. That actually looks pretty close to what I was wearing when people thought I was the ghost of Cincinnati.
Okay, resuming the
So-
story. Sorry. Oh, sorry. There is a lag on the Twitch compared to what you'll see on Discord. So when I say the outfit's done, it's whatever I'm saying on what you would be on Discord. But yes, continue your story now that I've gotten my answers.
So, yeah, so I was like, sure, I don't have anything I'm gonna do tonight. Might as well go on this ghost walking tour. And I met the small group of folks that were also on this tour, and I met the tour guide, and we got to talking, and went to some of the places and heard all these ghost stories and this local history and this local lore and what the ghosts supposedly look like and what they supposedly do and what they supposedly want and all these things. And at one point, they mentioned a very specific ghost who was supposedly, you know, a witch or some such paranormal thing, and was supposedly buried upside down so that she couldn't rise from her grave. But this was the cemetery that was moved and transplanted somewhere else during some early city development. And they were like, and when they reburied her, they did not bury her upside down. So now they say that every night she rises from the grave and she walks, and so like very, very dramatic. But then they described what she supposedly looked like, her supposed age range and demographic and stuff. And everyone just kind of like slowly turned around and looked at me. And someone in the group was like, have you ever seen any of the ghosts on this ghost tour? And she's like, you know, I haven't yet, although one of my coworkers was telling me about one day when a ghost joined the tour and walked around. And then at that point, I could tell everybody else on the ghost tour fully believed that I was this ghost that she was talking about. Because then they were getting really paranoid when I moved like out of view of them, because I was walking much slower than everyone else. So they were like constantly turning around and doing double takes to see if I was like still there or if I was doing anything
If you
creepy.
ever visit, I went on a vampire tour at some point, and I just want you to pull the same shit here for that.
I will gladly do it.
Yes. Okay, continue. Sorry.
So for a while, like at first I was like, I'm not a ghost, guys. And of course they did the whole like, that's what a ghost would say. But, and at first I thought it was a joke, but then they really, really were like on edge with me the whole time. So then I just started playing into it. I was like, fine, if you think I'm a ghost, I'm gonna be a ghost. And then we get to the Symphony Hotel, which is the last stop, and they pull us up onto the roof where they've like lit a fire to tell the final story of all the ghosts in this hotel. And when we got here, I was like, oh, I'm so glad the tour ends here, because you see, this is where I'm staying. Someone was like, are you really staying at this hotel? And I was like, I exist here. Yes. Oh, that freaked them out. That freaked them out so much. So we all sat in these chairs and heard the last few ghost stories. And the thing is, I didn't know any of this until I got on the tour even. But apparently I was staying in what was allegedly the most haunted room in the place.
Amazing.
And
I
it was
love
the
Ideal. Perfect.
It was the only room that had an exit from this upstairs like outdoor balcony area. So literally I just had to climb up these set of stairs to open my room and get there from where we were having this ghost stories telling. So at the end of the tour, everyone was like, well, all right, that was such a great tour. Good to meet all of you. And I just didn't say anything, and I just turned around and walked up the stairs and opened my door and went into my room. And before I closed the door, I turned around just to give a look at all these people around here, and they were all like aghast. They were like, I knew it! I knew she was the ghost. So I just closed it and went into my room, and I was like, wow, that was really, really interesting. But you see, that was only the first of 2 ghost tours of that night. They did 2 of them back to back. So I was like, well, that's pretty interesting, but I wasn't ready for bed yet. So after everyone left, I was like, all right, well, I'll go down to the bar of this Symphony Hotel, and I'll just get a drink and read my book. And when I saw the next ghost tour come through and like open the door and walk through to the area, I just stared at them silently. And there were definitely a few of them that did a double take, and I was like, wow, the people in Cincinnati are really into ghosts, huh? So that was only the start, Cincinnati. Because you see, the next day I went to my exhibit and I studied these hair artifacts, these pieces of jewelry, and took some notes, did some videos about it, and then by the time the museum closed, it was only like 5 p.m. and I still have an entire night and I have an entire day the next day. And so I was like, how am I going to spend my time? And one of the things I like to do when I'm traveling is see if the city I'm in has any like speakeasies, like bars that are in hidden locations that you have to find or crack a code to get in. So I was like, oh, I wonder if Cincinnati has anything like that. And I just Googled it real quick. And I did find one. It was like an old school, like, video rental storefront, which was very fun. But I walk in, and the guy at the front counter, like, gave me a riddle, and the answer was a movie, and that was the movie that I had to pull off of the shelf. But I don't watch a lot of movies. So I just started pulling all of the VHSs off of the shelf. And I eventually got the right one. So it opened the secret door and I got in. And this little like back area, bar speakeasy area, was completely decked out in Nightmare Before Christmas like decorations.
Nice.
And all of the drinks were Nightmare Before Christmas themed. So I got like a drink called the Pumpkin King. And it came out in like a really like ghosty, ghouly like themed glass. And I was like, oh, well, this is fun. So I just got my drink and I sat down and started people watching because by this point, I'm just fully convinced that all the people in Cincinnati are weird. And they were. It was a weird people watching experience and it was very fun. But after my first drink, I was like, okay, I'll get one more before I go back to my hotel. And I pulled out my book and started reading while I was drinking the second drink. And someone just walks up to me. And unprompted, he just says, "Do you like magic?" And I said, yes. Why, I do like magic. And so he pulls out a pack of playing cards from his breast pocket and starts doing close-up magic for me. And I was like, all right. And then he finished his magic routine with all these different card tricks. He puts his deck back in his breast pocket and he says, follow-up question. Do you believe in ghosts?
Oh my gosh.
And I just cracked up. I was like, I'm starting to. And he was like, oh, well, what does that mean? And so with the further prompting, I gave him my aforementioned spiel about ghosts don't have to be real to be important, and here's why I think they're interesting, but not necessarily literally true. And he was like, interesting. So my friends and I over here, we'd like to buy you a drink and hang out. We're a team of paranormal investigator / magicians.
Paranormal investigators
/ magicians.
Oh.
Yeah, checks out. Okay. Uh-huh.
So I was like, well, it's like, well, I guess I can't pass that up. Like, absolutely, I'll come hang out with you. So I walked over to the table where they all were, and they were telling me of all these paranormal investigations they've been on. And then one of their friends who was playing one of the arcade games in the back comes over to me and unprompted just, like, starts doing more close-up magic, like, pulls a freaking, like, quarter out from behind my ear and all this stuff. And I was like, what is going on? They're just casually throwing around close-up magic as they're telling me about this paranormal investigating. So I was like, wild, this is great. So they were like, oh yeah, so how long are you in town? And what else are you doing? And I told them about my hair art, and they told me about another museum that has some wreaths on display. So I was like, cool, I'll check that out if I can. They were like, so you don't have anything on your agenda for tomorrow? And I was like, no, if you're locals, like, what do you recommend? Where do you think I should go tomorrow? And they were like, you've got to go to the medieval castle. And I was like, it's Cincinnati.
How do you have a medieval castle in Cincinnati?
Just do.
I was like, the medieval castle? And they were like, oh yeah, you should go to the castle. It's wicked haunted. I was like, what? There's a haunted medieval castle in Cincinnati? And they're like, oh yeah, absolutely. And so I was just like, well,
oh my god.
I mean, you're not gonna not go at that point, right?
Oh, I know. That was exactly my logic. So when I said, well, when the magician / paranormal investigators tell you to go to the castle in Cincinnati, you go to the castle in Cincinnati. So I just pulled up the maps on my phone and I was like, can you put in the address for me? Because I'm calling an Uber to there tomorrow as soon as I wake up. This is now my plan
Castle.
for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, just you wait, Sharky. I will tell you about the castle. Oh, so, oh my goodness. So, I wake up and I'm like, all right, the magician / paranormal investigators told me to go to the castle, so I'm going to the castle. And I'll be damned, it really was a castle. It was like stonework, there were pillars, there was like a moat and a fortress. It was astonishing. But what was the weirdest part was the fact that it was like very casual. There were so many people there just walking around as if this is a museum, and nobody seems to think that this is weird. And to me, I'm like, no, this is definitely weird. And so I started asking random people. There was a tower room that was completely circular, that was completely lined with framed swords on the wall.
See, that's awesome.
Yes, but
Pretty
it was
cool.
in Cincinnati. and magicians / paranormal investigators told me to come here.
Well, if it's the one that I see online, a dude was just like,
Yep.
you know,
I will.
World
I will-
War One just happened. I'm
You-
gonna
yeah,
make
I
a
will-
castle. What?
It was
You know?
bonkers. I eventually got the full story, but I was asking just random attendees. I was like, "Why is there a castle here?" And they were all just like, "Oh." And I was like, "Why are you acting so casual about this?" I started asking everyone. I was like, "Do you know why this is here? What is this place? Why?" And a bunch of people were like, "I don't know." So I was like,
black have top hat because the blue one clashes. Do you also have
have
a
a
black
black-
top hat?
I do also have a black top hat, yes.
Great.
Why the
I hope
do,
you're
yeah.
enjoying the looks that you're getting here.
It's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I would wear that.
I'm just like, alright, as vampiric as possible, I guess for athletic. I'm just gonna put you in like, I don't know, an approximation of what I wore to dance practice. You
Sure.
danced?
I did dance. I was very extra in what I wore to dance though. So
Oh.
when in doubt, go more extra. I would say for me.
Okay.
But,
That's what I
uh,
figured.
Good. I'm glad I give that air. So none of these attendees at this castle were able to tell me why there was a castle, but there was just a teeny little booth at the front that was selling like minimal merch, like a couple of t-shirts. It wasn't a whole shop or anything. It was just a little stand. And there was a guy just wearing a t-shirt and jeans there. And I walk up and he was like, "Oh, hello, are you enjoying the castle? Do you have any questions?" And I was like, "Yes, I do have one question. Why?" And he said, "Well, what do you mean?" And I was like, "Why is there a castle here? I'm so confused." And he said, well, yes, that is a story. And this gentleman took me on a ride. He says, back in World War I, there was I believe like a medic in World
Yes.
War One.
Yes,
And-
he was an army medic.
Here's the story he
I
told
like
me.
that you've
though.
just looked this up on the side and you're just confirming for Courtney her own story.
I'm
There-
waiting for the points that Sharky doesn't find.
I found the
yeah.
website, so I can't wait.
There's the story I was told, there was the experience I had, and then there's the real history, and all of them together work in tandem to just create this perfect stew of weirdness. So he's like, oh, back in World War I, there was a field mechanic from the area who saved a French noblewoman on the battlefield, and I was already like, huh? He saved a who now? And so I was like, all right, okay, fine, I'm here for the story. And he was like, and after saving this member of nobility, he got knighted. And he kept reconfirming, as recognized by the Queen of England herself. Over and over, he kept saying that. As recognized by the Queen of England, he was knighted. And I was like, definitely not how knighting works. There was not an American from Cincinnati who saved a French member of nobility on a battlefield who got knighted. That 100% did not happen. But I was just like, this is a good story though, please keep telling it. and so he says, once he got back from the war, he started teaching Sunday school.
Yeah, uh-huh.
And he taught Sunday school for 14 boys, and those boys he started to call the Knights of the Golden Trail. The Golden Trail was his word for being godly and following the path of the 10 Commandments to the best of your earthly ability. And these boys wanted to prove that they could be real knights just like him. And he said, you know, if we're gonna be knights, then we're gonna need a real castle. So he hand dug the foundation himself. He carried up over 50,000 pails of stone from the riverbank to build this castle with his own 2 bare hands. And he taught those boys. And once the castle was built, he knighted each and every one of those 14 boys. And I was like, also not how knighting works. But please, carry on. and he kept telling this story, and he was like hyping up this man and talking about these 14 boys. And when he died, he said that this castle was to be available to the public, that the public could come and view it and partake, and that it was to be overseen by the knights of the Golden Trail. And the knights are to be the caretakers of the castle. And I was like, yep, of course. And he ended his story by saying, and of those 14 original knights, there are only 3 of us left.
Well, that's ominous.
That's right. I said 3 of us. I am one of those original 14 knights of the Golden Trail. And I was like, oh, you're a knight. And he's like, yes, I sure am. And I was like, you're okay.
How old was this person?
He was older.
If I were to give you demon wings, well, first of all, do you want demon wings? And secondly, do you want them on formal or party?
I don't think I'd say no to demon wings.
Yeah, it was just like, I don't think you're gonna say no to receiving demon wings. We can have more of us in town who are just winged for some reason.
Courtney walks
Yeah.
into a party and sprouts wings.
Yeah, would that be like a formal occasion kind of thing? Or like, oh, I'm going to a party kind of thing? Or both?
It honestly sounds more like a Courtney going to the mall sort of situation. Like,
All right, every day it
something
is.
to keep people further away from me.
See,
Oh, we gotta give you the big wings then. All right, I'm just gonna put them in every situation. Actually, you know what?
That was Courtney's mall strategy, was wear an enormous like
The
hoop
ball gown?
skirt. Yes.
The mall ball gown.
and then the crowds will part for you.
Fair enough.
The crowds
I
will part
assume it's
except for
effective.
children who want to dance with you, and then you get to dance with children, and that is the only contact
good
with
outcome.
humans I want when I'm at the mall.
That's
I
a
mean,
good
it worked
outcome.
well. I would just walk behind you. At the mall.
But I asked how old because I have the date it was built on their said it on the website, and then verified it on a different website.
Yeah, so the things they were telling me versus the things I was able to research at the end, because they also, of all these elaborate stories, many of which were almost certainly not true, they didn't tell me the most interesting part of this guy. So we'll get there in a moment. So he was telling me.
You
after you
past the potential purchase of the castle.
Well, yes. So after he finished his original story, I was like, I just want to talk to this guy more. So I just hung out with him for like a couple of hours. So he at one point was like, by the way, I love your dress and what you're wearing, and I love your cane and everything. And he was like, oh, sometimes I go to Renaissance festivals. And he pulled up like a picture on his phone, was like, this was the last Renaissance festival I went to and what I was wearing. I was like, oh, that's sweet. And he put his phone away, and he's like, now that I shared my Renaissance photos with you. And he pulls out his wallet and he says, do you mind if I show you a picture of my pride and joy? And I was like, fully prepared to get like grandchild photos. And I was like, oh yeah, I'd love to see a picture of your pride and joy. And he pulls out of his wallet a wallet-sized picture of the cleaning products Pride and Joy.
That's such an old joke. I've
He had a
heard that
prop.
one before.
He had a prop for his dad joke. So I was like, well.
Say in the Courtney's captioner broke, by the way.
Oh, thanks for the heads up. Let me fix
Oh no,
that.
the captioner.
It happens sometimes. I
Yeah,
remember it
I
happened.
was
a
too
couple
shocked
times
by
before.
this story.
We haven't even gotten to the weirdest parts yet.
Yeah, I just need to nudge it to re-render. It breaks sometimes like that. Okay. Thanks for the heads up, Sharky. Also, sorry for every time that I've like clicked away from the game, and because it's desktop audio, I think everyone is also hearing that like The music just cuts out every time I click away, and that's just what it is.
Oh, Corey's here. Hello.
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 So yes, we're midway through
Oh
our.
man, now I'm catching up
Cincinnati
on the
story.
comments from chat.
Yeah, definitely thought it was going to be he placed the last stone and immediately died.
Oh, it's so
Well,
much better
no.
than that, Sharky. It's so much
no.
better.
No, that's what Magic said. I have the thing on their website about a death.
Yeah. So the thing about this guy, I was just along for the story this whole time, right? And he pulled out a couple other like dad jokes with props also. Like at one point, we got joined by a younger fellow, probably, I guessed he was probably a couple of years, he was maybe like mid-20s. And he was probably a bit younger than me, but he shows up and he just starts talking to me and he's like, oh, I like your cane. He made a joke and he's like, oh, you should have a sword cane. And I was like, you know, I do have a sword cane back home, but I'm from Kansas City and believe it or not, but TSA frowns upon you bringing sword canes onto a plane. So this is just my plain old usual one. And he was like, oh, I just bought a sword cane today. And I was like, did you now? And he's like, yes, because I'm getting knighted tonight. And I was like, you're getting knighted? And he's like, yes, I've decided to dedicate my life to the castle.
That's still not how knighting works.
That's not how knighting works.
I was like, oh, this is a cult. I found a castle cult. And I was like, you're
Based around Sunday school. Remember, this is based around Sunday school.
So I was like, oh, okay. You bought a sword cane and you're getting knighted tonight because you decided to dedicate your life to the castle in Cincinnati. So I was like, well, you're a fascinating fellow. Let's talk to you a little longer. So I talked to both of these, the elder knight and the younger knight to be. I got to talking to them for a long time. And they like showed me down into the dungeon of the basement, which like the stairs in this place were super weird because all the steps were different sizes. And it was like not difficult. It was like not easy to go up and down when I'm already walking with the cane, but they were like, oh yeah, sorry about that. That's for castle defenses. You see, you can't shoot an arrow and you can't sword fight on a twisted stairway where all the steps are different sizes. It forces you to look at your feet, and I'm like, who do you think is sword fighting you in Cincinnati?
Who's invading the Cincinnati castle?
Who's invading your Sunday school?
Sunday school invasion of 1940 blah.
So I was just like, what a wild place this is. So I got to talking to them more, and they started telling me about how haunted this place is, and I was like, yes, the magician/paranormal investigators that I found at the speakeasy last night told me. So they started showing me all these photos that were taken in the castle with like the orbs, the light orbs. And I was like, Look at all these ghost photos. And then he started telling me the story of how
Rainbow Shark.
No!
Would Royce also like to be a shark?
I don't think I have ever worn clothing in that color in my life.
Or I don't think you've been a rainbow shark either.
Would you like
Yeah,
exclusively
Royce
for
isn't
swimwear to
colorblind.
become a rainbow shark? Only for swimwear. No,
my
I'll remove it again. Just this icon right here is too funny.
So the thing about this ghost story, as this man was hand digging the foundation and laying the stones one at a time that he carried up from the river bank in pails one after another. He allegedly knew exactly where to build the hallways of the second floor because of the fact that there was a ghost who walked the corridor of the second floor even before it was built.
That's not possible.
And I was like, ooh, time traveling ghost. That's one I haven't heard yet. And also, I don't remember floating in midair before the second story was made, and I'm the ghost of Cincinnati now. So he's telling me the story, and he's like, because of this ghost who wandered the hallways every night on the second floor, he knew exactly where to build the second floor corridor. So I was like, fascinating, never heard that one before. And then he started talking about how, because you see, this castle is magical, and he's getting like really sentimental about it. And he was like, you know, a lot of people talk about how time flies when you're having fun, or sometimes during a traumatic event, time might stand still, but when you are in this castle, time actually moves backwards. And then he just stopped and he looked at me expectantly. And I didn't know how to respond, so I just looked back at him. And when there was like several seconds, we're talking like 10 whole seconds of silence, of us just staring at each other expectantly after that, I looked at the younger knight who is preparing for his knighting ceremony, and he just smirks at me and just like nods his head up to the wall. And so I follow where he nodded, and there's a clock up near the ceiling that is literally turning backwards.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
It was another dad joke the whole time.
The whole time. With a prop again.
I wonder
Very
how long they
elaborate.
prepared this.
So
So
I was
very
just having the
elaborate joke.
weirdest time. I was like, so I came to Cincinnati. Everyone thinks I'm a ghost. And then these magician/paranormal investigators told me to go to the medieval castle in Cincinnati, so I did. And I was like, clearly, the fates are just telling me you're in for a weird time, and buckle up, enjoy the ride. So I was like, well, the natural progression of things is I need to ask the castle people where to go next, because I didn't have a plan for the rest of the day. This was my plan. So after I was done hanging out with the castle people, I was like, all right, so I mean, my plane doesn't leave until tomorrow night. Where else should I go? What else should I do while I'm in town? One of them says, oh, you gotta go to Jungle Gyms. The other person says, yeah, you definitely have to go to Jungle Gyms. And I was like, what's Jungle Gyms? And they were like, it's a grocery store.
What?
And I was like, why do I need to go to Jungle Gyms? And they're like, we don't want to spoil anything, so just trust us.
Oh, yeah.
So I was like, you want me to go to a grocery store called Jungle Gyms? And they were like, yep. That's definitely got to be your next stop. So I pulled out my phone GPS and I was like, all right, put it in my maps for me. That's where I'm going next. And they did. They put Jungle Gyms in my map, and I was like, when the castle cult in Cincinnati tells you to go to a grocery store, you go to a grocery store. So I was actually not too far away from an internet acquaintance of mine. And since I was in town, I was like, okay, but before I go to Jungle Gyms, I should stop by and see him, and we'll hang out and chat for a little bit. And plus, I needed to pick up a carved kneecap from him. So, did that real quick. And I was like, I just went to the castle. And he was like, oh, the castle. And I was like, yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. And he kind of dropped, he was like, you know, that guy was, he was a pedophile, right? And I was like, I did not know that. But I have more to research later.
Oh boy.
And he was like, yeah, that's the local open secret. So I was like, okay. And it's definitely a cult. That's what I learned while I was there. And then he was like, what are you doing for the rest of the day? And I was like, well, the castle people told me to go to Jungle Gyms. And he was like, oh yeah, you should go to Jungle Gyms. Okay. I guess I'm going to Jungle Gyms. So I called a Lyft or an Uber or whatever ride-sharing application I was using in that city at that time. And here's how on board I was to just do whatever needed to happen while I was in Cincinnati. This ride was estimated to take like 43 minutes, and I was like, this is going to be incredibly expensive. It is going to take a ton of time. I have no idea what to expect, and I was told this is a grocery store. But everything that has led me to this point is telling me that I just have to do it. So I did. But for that 40-minute plus ride, my driver who picked me up fancied herself a psychic.
Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no.
And she cold read me terribly for the entire 40 minutes. And even though she was getting everything wrong, she just kept going. It was absurd. This ride, she was like, tell me about your birthmark. And I was like, I don't have a birthmark. And she's like, well, girl, you need to get to know your body better because your ancestors are telling me about the family birthmark. And I was like, I don't have a birthmark. What are you talking about? And so then she was just like unfazed. And she was like, I'm sensing you really like crystals, like shiny, sparkly jewelry. I was like, no, the only jewelry I like is made out of human hair. And she's like, well, if it's not jewelry, then tell me about the crystal. And I was like, what crystal? And she's like, you tell me. Your ancestors are telling me about the crystal. And I was like, I don't have a crystal. And she's like, well, your ancestors are telling me that you should put the crystal next to a place where you like to sit. That will make you happy. And I was like, okay. And she kept going, and then she was like, tell me about, I'm getting someone with a name that starts with S. Who in your family has a name that's, and I was literally not a single person in my family that I have ever heard of has a name with an S even in it. So
Common
like, no.
letters. Fishing goes common letters.
Fishing
Yeah,
goes
so
common
I
letters.
was-
Okay, I set you
I
guys
was like,
as
no,
husband and
nothing.
wife. We did
Aww,
it. And then,
beautiful. That actually does kind of look like me.
yeah.
I definitely
This
have a
is-
dress almost exactly like that.
Yeah, well, I looked at what's available in the Vampire and Realm of Magic packs, and I was like, yep, this is the one. We just stick it in
Beautiful.
black, and I'm like, yep, there we go. And then...
We can make crystallized human hair, just need to purify the proteins. Yes, that is a thing. I actually do know someone who makes diamonds out of cremated ashes, and from what I understand, there is a way to do that out of hair also.
half of Royce's outfits are, in fact, just, like, black t-shirt and jeans, but I just decided that every single outfit should have the top hat.
That's about right, yeah.
So you both
Perfect.
just wear top hats a lot, and...
Love it.
Yeah. Do you have a preferred walk style? They have a bunch of different ones, and because you said you walk a little slower, I'm inclined to give you the creepy walk for fun.
I walk slow. I would do creepy walk.
Yeah, my
I
gripe with
imagine
the
they
creepy walk
probably
is
don't
it's
have an
usually
option to have a
slower.
cane.
No.
That's too
The
bad.
creepy
Yeah, I'll
walk
take
is
that.
usually slower than like normal walking, which is why I don't generally like it. But in this case, I guess that works out.
Is there a walk exclusively on their toes? Because that's Royce.
I don't believe so. There's a perky, which is
No.
snooty. That's a funny image. Swagger walk, a feminine walk,
Oh my
the
gosh.
tough walk, the goofy walk, the sluggish walk. This is the I have not slept in a week walk. That's both of you after this week, I assume. There's this bouncy walk, and there's the creepy walk.
Probably the up straight, kind of slow, just swing guns fairly normally.
Yeah, the normal
That's
one. Yeah, they have
the normal one.
interesting walk styles. All right.
I could never imagine Royce doing any
that
of these,
one.
but I've never even seen Royce walk.
Yeah, there are things among this that, like, yeah, I've never seen you two walk, but I just know this is incorrect. I don't technically know what you guys usually wear other than the apparent black t-shirt all the time. So, I just stuck you both in a lot of black in general. I think Courtney got like a black and purple because I was like, you know what, ace colors, yeah, sure. But otherwise it's mostly black.
I'm
Teleports.
So-
whatever.
pretty formal even when I'm
yeah,
casual.
magic. The Royce doesn't walk, just teleports where needed. So in
That is
college,
a map
what,
power that I can give Royce eventually with the magic stuff.
one little hobby I had was there was a group of people at my college that would modify Nerf guns and occasionally on like late nights around the school just hold like team death matches.
Nice.
And I had a habit of disappearing and reappearing, so people amongst the Nerf club said that I just had the ability to teleport.
Amazing.
Great. I'm just preemptively assigning you liked colors of the ace flag. But if there are other colors that I should also put as likes, basically there's like colors, music genres, and activities for likes and dislikes. And you can have 20
black and
likes and
purple.
dislikes total.
Wow, that's a lot of them.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
between
black and
color
purple were my
like-
colors even before the ace flag got voted
Same.
on by the community. So that just really worked for me.
Royce Nerf snipers. Alright, so I'm gonna have to get Royce the teleportation spell as soon as possible so that I can set it to just Royce teleports everywhere, because that is an option once that is a spell, you know, I think. Yeah, we have... Okay, so black and purple. Are there any colors you don't like?
I mean, I usually just avoid very bright things.
I guess orange
guess
and
I've-
yellow
I've
are
done-
getting frownies. I feel like
I've
those
done
are the
red
very
and black
common.
before.
Alright.
We'll be rowy.
Red and black, or black and
Silly.
white, or black
Music
and
genres?
Barter Imbo.
white. All of them.
I feel like just for the vibe, I'm gonna click a smiley on classical.
Yes. I mean, like, yeah, classical, retro, creepy.
Creepy one. Okay, retro. There's a lot of activities. if you want to pick
I
activities.
did used to be in a breakdancing street crew, so hip hop wouldn't be wrong.
Nice. I never had a crew for that stuff, but I learned breakdancing for like a little bit.
I have won so many breakdancing battles from random strangers in public who have just challenged me, not knowing that under this Victorian ball gown, I am always wearing a pair of spandex shorts.
Nice.
So I can just pull my dress up and tuck it into my shorts and breakdance at the drop of a hat.
I feel
So
like that's still a lot of volume, but that's impressive.
it's a skill for sure.
Alright, so hobbies and skills, activities that you enjoy or don't enjoy specifically.
Well, I do have a violin. I haven't played it in years. Writing, yes.
Oh.
Singing, yes. Video games, yes. Rocket science, I did teach a series of rocket science demonstrations when I worked at the Science Center. But I don't know if that's applicable in my life anymore.
I feel like this is just what you enjoy or don't enjoy. So it's not
sure.
expertise, it's just what you have fun with.
Courtney totally enjoys programming.
Mechanical stuff, like mechanics
Hey,
wise.
I hacked Cookie Clicker once.
Mechanics of the game wise, it's that if there's an activity that you dislike, then your sim becomes unhappy when they do that activity. And if there's an activity that you do like, then they become happy when they do that activity. And that doesn't say anything about whether they like particularly want to go do that activity or something. It's just what makes you happy or not.
Well, then I think literally the only things I dislike are fishing and programming, and I literally like everything else.
Right. Well, we said painting in place of the hair art, so I'll give you a smiley on painting.
You like
I guess
fitness
I don't like fitness.
and handiness. You hate measuring things.
I do.
I
You
mean, I
have an
think
irrational
fitness is
hatred of
tricky because I
measuring
feel like dance falls under fitness in that weird way of, is dance an art or a sport?
Well, yeah, because
So
I'm not
it's like,
saying that I dislike absolutely all physical activity, but I don't enjoy just like bodybuilding, like exercising
Right.
for
You
the
also
sake
hate
of
taking
meeting
pictures.
like. When...
Do you like
yeah,
taking pictures of yourself, or you hate having a camera in hand?
I would say I had a passing interest in photographing other things once upon a time, but now it is really awful. Like I don't like
Actually, what am I
photographing
doing?
my own
I should give you
artwork.
pipe organ just for the fact of adding to the vampires.
I do like pipe organs. Yeah, I
pipe
think
organ.
I think fishing and
Silly.
photography are
Murder and
definitely
boat.
dislikes. Fitness is a weird one because I do dislike like I literally can't do a lot of fitness things. Like I can't just jog.
Okay, you know what? I'll put a smile or frowny on fitness. That's
Yeah,
the 20.
That's fine.
All right.
And yeah, we can frowny on photography too, but anything else like
it's
I
at
like
cap,
mischief.
actually, so it's fine. That's all the
like
ones we can
mischief,
fit.
Like all the things.
A max of 20.
Yeah, we could take some of the likes away, but I don't think that's worth it. Especially because these are just like, if you have to do it for some reason, which I feel like comes into play more for like cooking, because that's like an everyday kind of thing.
Well, I
But
do
then
like
you,
cooking. I mean, mischief is kind of fun. I think.
Okay, I will clarify that mischief in this game is obnoxious, and it's more like trolling people and like being actually mean to people, like really mean
Courtney
pranks.
is totally a troll, by the way.
Hey, but I'm
Yeah,
not.
but it's
mean.
like
I'm not mean about it.
under the mischief
So-
is like lie about party, lie about pregnancy, lie
Okay.
about your career, tell someone
No.
like fake this or that, and I'm just like, okay, that's kind of mean,
I see.
though.
Courtney is a video game exclusive troll, and I have a quick
Yeah.
Dark Souls 2 story to tell because like when we play Dark Souls together, we normally trade on and off on death because that happens a lot, and I tend to do the mechanical character building stuff, and Courtney tends to smash enemies. But in Dark Souls 2, there was this coven, the Rat Coven, where instead of
Rat
invading
bros.
other people who are just casually playing their game would be warped into your world. And in this little area, you could use items to set up traps throughout this area.
Oh no.
And the way that Dark Souls 2 worked, the like New Game Plus sort of mode, could be done for specific areas. So what would happen is we joined the Rat Coven and set up traps everywhere, and then made that area like New Game Plus.
Buffed all
And then
the enemies.
some poor soul would come in, and Courtney would be sitting above them on a cliff with a heavy crossbow just aimed at their spawn point as they came in. And they would like walk forward, and she would shoot them in the back with this crossbow this like heavy bow that was large enough to make them like flinch right as they were walking into like this giant minotaur that would just smash them and one shot them as they were flinching.
Oh.
Hey, that was great.
Wow,
But
Courtney.
I would argue I'm not a video game exclusive troll because I do troll door-to-door salesmen,
Yes. That.
but I argue they deserve it.
They
and
invited
is pretending
it upon
to be
themselves.
is pretending to be a ghost on a ghost tour technically trolling, or is
Kind
that
of.
just having fun?
I feel like it's not really trolling so much as it is playing up the tour without being hired.
More just like, if you're going to perceive me as a ghost, then I'm gonna have fun.
Yeah.
So I would like to mention, we still have more Cincinnati story, and we are over the 2-hour mark.
Oh, I figured.
Door-to-door salesman is another couple of stories.
Oh Lord.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly
That's that
get your likes and dislikes from Royce.
And
then
let's
we'll
finish
take
with Cincinnati.
a quick, I don't know, 5-minute break or something. Because
Was Magic right? 2+ hour Cincinnati story.
Well, we
with a
haven't
15
taken that
break?
15-minute break. And I don't think we usually take a whole 15-minute break. It's like 5 to 10 minutes at most. Usually the breaks are like, I don't know, like 2 minutes. My apartment's only so big. It's not, I don't have to go very far. But let's get the likes and dislikes just so I can finish off character creation. I can take a quick break. And then I can move you into your sim home so you can see all of the beautiful gnomes.
Okay.
No.
Rapid fire likes and dislikes. Color.
Yes.
Black. What would be your options?
Any dislikes? Any other likes?
Nah, I don't really care about a lot of things.
That's fair. Here's music.
Let's see. Why
I
don't
have
they
the
have that?
predictive powers.
I have the predictive powers of Delphi.
Oh, magic. You've been cursed with, I
And
think
yeah,
Tumblr has agreed that, having powers of prediction are a curse, actually.
And yeah, who knows why they don't have metal?
I was gonna say, music-wise,
Yeah.
I listen to a mix of metal and electronic music, depending on what I'm doing at the time.
I feel like alternative is the closest thing to, like, rock and
The
metal.
closest, I was gonna say, they don't even have rock.
I know!
Yeah.
This was
Yeah.
my struggle as well. Is there
Yeah.
any music
Rock
you
is
don't like?
old school at this point.
Okay, but they don't even have
Not
that.
particularly.
Yeah, it's not even modern anymore.
Do I put it as retro? You know what? We'll call that retro.
I mean, a lot of the melodic death metal was like, it originated in 95-ish, I think.
All right, so
and
symphonic
got
metal
really
is
heavy in the
classical,
early
right?
2000s.
Yes, kind of.
Yeah,
Kind of.
That's what we're calling it. All right, 15 more.
Activities. I've been doing a lot of gardening. I actually have a lot of purple flowers right next to me right now that I need to feed to our mice.
I saw you separating those in our
programming.
giant mixing bowls today.
Yeah, it's cold enough that most of them have died, so like that random garden plant is probably not something I want to cook for myself, but our mites like them. Video games. I have been enjoying writing when it's for D&D lately.
It's a good gateway, I feel like. Because
Yeah.
it's a good, like, this is a setting and a situation, and then you build off of that. That's
Yeah,
the-
I
think
never
one of the
hated writing.
differences-
I just never had anything specific that I wanted to write.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things about, like, fanfic is that I feel like fanfic has this stereotype of, like, trashy romance shit, and I'm like, but you can also just use it for really cool world building and stuff. I just want to do really cool demon world building.
I mean, that I can respect. I'm just so afraid of fan fiction because so much of it is
Oh no, I don't read that much of
shipping
it.
in a way that makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't read that much of it because there's a lot of mischaracterizations and bad takes. Like, especially if there's like a dark-skinned character, they're frequently gonna get called suspicious or something, and I'm just like, no.
Oh, good old-fashioned racism. Can
Nuh-uh-uh.
I tell you a good ace moment story that's actually a short one so we can
for
get
it.
back to Cincinnati? But this was a very ace moment I had not too long ago. Because I introduced Royce to a series of unfortunate events, which is something I read as the books were coming out, and Royce had never read them. So when the pandemic started and we'd finished our last book and we needed something new to read, I was like, let's write a series of unfortunate events.
Need
Like,
to reread
I
those.
want to read this with you. And so we took turns, like, reading aloud, going back and
Hear
forth with
another
those
follow
books.
sound.
Hello, thank you for following.
Thank you for
The Ace is
the-
playing at Attraction.
Ooh.
Who followed us?
Takumi Black.
Oh,
Back Sunday.
Is that a Taking Back Sunday joke? Because I have a jacket.
Takumi back Sunday.
I do have a Taking Back Sunday jacket. And then someone asked me once while I was wearing that, like, oh, do you like them? And I was like, yes. That's why I went to their concert and bought like a $50 jacket. Actually, probably more than $50. Because it's like a denim jacket. So for being band merch, that was probably like 90 at least. No, I don't like them at all. I just bought the jacket because I hate them. Hello, happy Ace Weekend. Yes, it is a Taking Back Sunday.
I cry whenever.
And
I'm
have
on
you
Tumblr.
seen them
Awesome.
live to
Love
see all the
that.
mic tricks? Because damn, the mic tricks.
Oh, I enjoyed this character. Let me see if people have done any cool art and posted it. Only to encounter so many reader insert fanfic. Like, no, I don't want this.
Look, there are ways to do it better, and then there's like, there's terrible takes, and so like, I was talking with Royce recently about fanfic, and like, my roommate and I write fanfic, and we post it online and stuff to AO3 and whatnot, right? But like, basically, we're exclusively writing fanfic for each other, and half of it is like violent gore because it's demons. And we're like, yeah, what do demons do? They torture. They fuck around and they torture. So, thanks, Mick.
See, and that's
so I'm
that's
just like
interesting.
Yeah,
to
there's
me.
so much more to do than like the shitty shipping. The
certain,
one I
certain
sent to Mick.
shipping just really makes me uncomfortable if it's a character that like could be perceived as ace, and it's
Oh
like,
God,
well, let's take all the
especially.
ace-ness away from it.
That especially.
But I had such an ace moment because when we were reading A Series of Unfortunate Events, we got finished with it. And then we looked it up, and apparently there was a prequel series that I'd never heard about called All the Wrong Questions that follows
Yes.
a young Lemony Snicket, and I hadn't
Yes.
read it yet, so I was like, Royce, we have to get these books, and we're going to experience this for the first time together. So we got those books and we read them.
Dangerous.
And then after we read those, I was just like Googling something because there was a mystery element, and I wanted to see how some other people took it and if my theories were aligning with theirs. And I found like a Lemony Snicket like fan website, and I, as someone who does not engage in fandom at all, have not ever for any fandom, so I'm very far away
You're
from
better
this
off
world.
for it.
I found they were like, this is like Lemony Snicket. This is A Series of Unfortunate Events Ship Week, and Ship Week had just finished. But to me, they were like, write a fan fiction that involves a ship. And here's my very ace moment. Because if you think of A Series of Unfortunate Events, they all have very specific settings. There's one on an island. There's one in a submarine. There's one in a hotel, and they're very
The
specific
reptile
places.
room, the house on
Yes.
the cliff.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so in my mind, when they were like, write a fan fiction about a ship, I was like, you're writing about literally being on a ship. And I was like, yes, the Baudelaire orphans on a pirate ship where Count Olaf is the captain, who no one believes that this captain is Count Olaf. I was like, this is beautiful. I'm so sad that I missed Ship Week because I've never written fan fiction before, but I might have actually done this. And then I looked
Oh,
into
so
it
you
further, and I was
shipped all
like,
of our D&D characters.
and I was like, oh no, you mean ship as in relationship, the people you want to smooch and stuff. Oh, that was a very ace moment, wasn't it?
Sunny
So
would
you
make
ace
an
shipped
excellent
all of
pirate,
our
yeah.
D&D characters. That's what
Along
I
with
just heard.
Bupito, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
He was on the ship with us, so yeah, technically.
But yeah, Sunny would be one
Tried
of the
to make
best
a polyfam. It didn't work very well. You guys sunk the first ship we gave you.
We're Kate almost unshipped.
Kate doesn't do shit, just destroyed them. The fact that they both came in almost at the same time.
I'm like, I can like, I don't mind writing some degree of ship stuff, but it has to make sense. I don't want whatever twisting of romance just to make the romance work that I'm like, the characters are no longer themselves. What the fuck is happening? This isn't how they would act.
I just don't understand the mindset. I've never looked at two unrelated characters and been like, I want them to be together.
Okay, to be fair, the thing I've been writing fanfic for is literally a dating sim, so...
Well...
Built in.
So, yeah,
wait, I need 11 more likes and dislikes from Royce.
11 of them?
We're at 9 out of 20. They can also
Yes.
include color and music.
Okay,
Guys, give your like so we can finish the Cincinnati
like-
story.
I'll go
Rapid
back to
fire.
where we were. Like cooking, dislike singing. You could actually just dislike all of the instruments, because apparently I'm too dyslexic to learn how to play anything.
Interesting. Is that dyslexia a trait?
Mixology'd be
but that makes
fine. I
sense.
like trying to figure out how people's taste buds work.
Like,
So
isn't
dyslexia is
But
a...
you drink
is a-
everything straight. You don't really do cocktails.
I like drinking something and trying to understand how I experience it, and then trying to understand how another person experiences it, so that I can figure out like how their bodies work, so I can suggest things that are nice for them.
To go along with
that's
cooking,
true.
do you also like baking or no?
I don't bake at all. I generally
the
don't
baker of the
measure things
family.
that I cook either.
Me neither. I don't measure for shit even when I'm baking. I'm just like, yeah, this is approximately. I'll like
you
take
could... Go ahead.
I'll take the measuring cup for like flour and then I'll scoop it and I won't do the correct thing. I'll just be like, let me just shake this off a couple times. That's close enough, yeah. Wonder if Sharky can taste alcohol.
No.
What is your one alcohol, Sharky?
I still will not.
He
It
shall
hasn't.
never tell us.
I haven't gotten a new one alcohol, but will be a mystery. It will be the one.
Well, my question is, Sharky, when you get a new one alcohol, is it going to be the same one alcohol or are you
No.
going to get a different one?
It's going to be a different one alcohol.
I can always
Ooh,
get samples.
changing it up.
Okay, sorry, Royce, you were saying something.
Oh, you could also put a like on handiness, I guess, or photography. How close are we?
We are at 19
One more.
if I put both. Handiness, for the record, encompasses like the woodworking thing and also repairs and stuff.
I
does that
occasionally do
sometimes.
that. I occasionally think that I'm going to like doing those things, and I never really do, but I still do a little bit of it.
Yeah, it comes less from creativity and more, is it worth it for me to figure out how to do this versus how much money it would take to pay someone else to do it?
Yeah, like
or
True,
handiness
it's
and
a-
companies things for like repairing a toilet is the same skill as upgrading a computer is the same skill as woodworking for some reason. All of that is
So-
handiness.
Sometimes I like doing those things, although it seems to be more like I like the idea of doing those things. I like the theoretical, like, understanding of them, but the real world sucks. Like, I think that's why I like programming.
You know, it sucks that
because
reading isn't
the-
on here.
Well, like, the virtual world, I can undo and redo things so easily, but, like, when I get in front of a saw with a piece of wood, you know the saying,
Oh,
like,
God, the terror.
measure twice, cut once?
Yep.
It's more like measure once, and then measure again, and then, like, get anxious about making the cut and measure
Yes!
14 more times,
Yes!
and then get anxious that you're taking too much time to cut, so then you, like, rush the cut and mess it up anyway, but now
Yes!
you're too far gone.
Oh god, I feel called out. My roommate has a few tattoos and she follows a bunch of tattoo artists on Instagram or whatever. And I was just looking at some of the things and I was like, that's terrifying. You have to draw straight lines like on someone's skin and you can't fuck it up at all because it's a tattoo. So you can't go back, you can't undo, you can't erase
Oh,
it.
I
Like,
think
holy
that all
fuck,
the
that's
time.
terrifying.
think that all the time. Like, I don't think, even if drawing and illustration was more in my wheelhouse, which it's not really anymore, I don't think I could be a tattoo artist because it's like that's someone's
That's
skin
too
and
much
that's so
pressure
permanent.
for me.
I even admire like people that work with hair that's still on the head. It's like, yeah, hair, it's gonna grow back, but if you give someone a bad haircut, they're gonna be really upset for a while.
I mean, you can
So
fix a
Satan,
bad
if you go
haircut.
over
I
to
mean,
activities and put a like on comedy, I think we can move on.
Okay. I mean, comedy is like stand-up comedy, for what it's worth. But I think it's also just like telling jokes to people.
I try to be funny sometimes.
That's
probably originated as an
Terrible
anxiety
times to
response,
hear
but whatever, it
someone say
works
oops
now.
and getting a tattoo or at a dentist appointment. Both of those, yeah.
Also, no, I will say it was not Everclear.
I did not assume so. Sharky you've drank your one alcohol with us. You just haven't told us what it is. You have
Yeah.
not gotten drunk enough, because that's not
No.
taste buds, so that's just the rest of your body. So I'm like, I've had the second
No,
one.
Sharky,
Oh,
you're
no.
gonna need to tell us what your favorite one alcohol is.
I don't
I don't think Sharky has a favorite, but I have mixed various drinks for Sharky that he has not been opposed to.
Yeah.
So basically, as part of the deal of you're going to give me access to your liquor when I arrive, I would just make drinks for everybody, probably.
All right, fair enough. We'll leave that
Alright.
to you then.
Are we happy with these Sims? Do they look about right? Do they seem about right?
It does work for me, I think.
I think so. I have too much casual dysphoria to tell for sure. Courtney can be the judge.
Fair enough.
Before we move
Yeah,
back
it worked.
into Cincinnati, Satan, the question about dyslexia, I've learned that dyslexia is actually a procedural processing disorder, not a reading disorder. Reading is just part of it.
Interesting.
And so when I was
That makes
in
sense.
kindergarten, I was struggling to learn how to tie my shoes.
Oh.
And I didn't end up learning how to tie shoes or tie knots until much later. Actually, in like high
This
school
isn't a
chemistry
good
class,
sign for me.
I had like a 50-50 chance to get like my apron tied behind my back, and half the time this one girl in class had to like help me tie the knot.
That's
But,
not a good sign for me, because I also didn't know how to tie my shoes until like 4th grade or something.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Yeah, like I just like stopped trying for a while, and it wasn't until like a middle school gym teacher was like, "Your shoes are really knotted up," and then I got self-conscious enough about it to actually like sit down and figure it out.
Which
But,
one thing we learned, because I had a question about this, so we had to look it up. I wondered about different character sets, if that's just like a Germanic language character set, or if someone can be dyslexic in like various Asian languages. And when we were looking this up, we learned that some people who are bilingual or multilingual can actually be dyslexic in one character set, but not in the other.
Interesting.
And I found that to be really fascinating.
I just got the
Today I
biggest
learned.
memory of getting bullied by family members about tying my shoes correctly.
So I still like, it's not a big deal to do a basic knot, but it's slow and deliberate, I feel like, compared to other people. The way that this transitions into music is that very repetitive methods of learning things can also be difficult sometimes. So for a long time, I told people that I gave up on music at the recorder stage. Like when I was first introduced to like sitting down and practicing an instrument, I would learn like enough to have a very basic understanding of how it would work, and then I just wouldn't care anymore, and I couldn't care enough to commit it to memory. And I think that is also a part of it. Like having difficulty learning instruments is another part of the diagnostic criteria.
Interesting.
That makes sense. Okay, I'm not going to show the full gnome house right away, but I'm just going to start with this ghosty gnome that's on top of the house.
Oh, he's so precious.
He's
Our
having a
ghost
great
gnome
time.
looking
He's just
over
up here.
us.
He watches over to make sure that any salesmen stay the fuck away. I can
That's their
actually
warning
turn
sign.
off the
So
no
if they
solicitors
ignore
thing
that
as well.
gnome, like the game's on.
Yeah. There's a couple like statues out here as well. I'll give you the full tour after the break. But here's a random statue lady. Here's like a fairy person. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
And here's the two of you.
Oh, thank you. It's beautiful.
Okay. Let's take
Beautiful
like
film for the Sims Ace couple.
mathematical aspects of music are interesting. All right, we can take a break here. I guess anyone who wants to keep just staying here and chatting can. By the way, Courtney, I realized that you are seemingly the last one who does not have non-all caps captions. And so, would you like to also uncaps your captions?
I don't know how to do
I
that,
would-
but if you
So,
tell me how, I can.
At the bottom right, like if you're looking at your captioner screen and on the web browser, at the bottom right, you click the little person icon. Right next to the right of where it says stop captioning, you go to settings.
Okie dokie.
And then under appearance, you'll see where it says capitalization. And then there's the three options: uppercase, first letter of each word, or proper nouns and start of sentences.
Yeah, so I think we did the last one.
Yeah, we have the last one set.
I get very distracted by things like this, in that, do I have ADHD? Do I have OCD? Do I have some other neuroatypical thing? I don't know, something.
Or is it a
other.
fun combination of lots of them?
I have something or other. So it was like, when you and Royce both had the all caps, I was like, okay, half and half, okay. But then there's just the one, and I was like, oh no. Oh no.
See, as we were preparing for stream, I was looking at the captioner settings, and I was like, well, technically, like, all caps is actually less readable, so I should probably change this.
That's why
but
we
I don't know
changed it,
how
'cause I
everyone
remember
else
seeing
does
for
things.
Accessibility was the default is all caps, but I remember seeing accessibility-wise, it's easier for people to read if it's not that way.
Yes,
which is why we
and
changed
somehow
it at
Royce
some point.
Royce didn't tell me that there was a thing to change, and I didn't even look at my captioner. So
I
didn't
typed
realize
mine
it was
after we
on.
started.
We had it on all caps for, I think,
For
a
a
couple
while.
months before we were
Yeah.
like, wait, there's a setting for this.
There was actually somebody in chat a while ago who was like, oh my gosh, you have captioners for everybody here. That's amazing.
That was the ideal, because anyway, Sharky and I are usually both on here. That means there's two of us.
Yeah.
Well, we used to have the shared caption. It would just crash into each other and stuff, and that's not great. So it's like, okay, how do we
Wouldn't
set
pick
this
me up some of the times even.
Yeah, because it was the feedback from my speakers.
Yeah, because there was a feedback loop.
Um,
It was a rough time.
Yeah. So like, this is better.
Yes.
So now we have separate captions for each person, and I think that's a lot better. It makes a lot more sense.
But yeah, people take a break if they want. Grab a drink.
I'm gonna refill my drink a little bit. I didn't get all the way through it, but I should add more.
You should probably grab a water.
I should probably.
Yeah,
grab a
I'll go to the
snack.
restroom real quick. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. We'll be back shortly for the exciting
Wait, I have a
conclusion of
BRB
Cincinnati.
screen that we never. Oh my god, what happened to the BRB screen? Where did
Are
it
you
go?
trying to pressure
You have a
Satan into
BRB
actually
screen?
hydrating?
Yes, I always want to pressure Satan into hydrating.
Do you
Eat and
think I'm
drink
gonna
water.
actually be there?
Drink water.
You say it
boy.
like I'm
We're in the
gonna
void.
Listen.
And by water, we don't mean like low ABV alcohol or coffee.
What do you mean you don't mean bean water? Okay, I don't have the BRB screen working apparently, so we'll just leave it on here, and we'll be back
I mean, I'll be here.
in like 5. Okay, you entertain chat, Sharky. That's your job.
Okay, Shark. We're leaving Sharky alone in chat for like 2 minutes, and then I'll be back, and we will tell the exciting conclusion of the Cincinnati story.
Hello, chatums.
I'm also here. I need to remember to remind Courtney to circle back to the weird castle cult before going onward.
Oh my gosh. No, on the website there's one interesting fact that I hope Courtney mentions, because if not, I have to mention it.
There's something that really needs to be said. It's probably revolves around that.
Well, I don't. There's a few things on this that I'm like, this is interesting. But yeah, it's a whole thing. That I also found, just because I'm Googling things, because there's nothing else for me to do, since she hasn't talked about jungle gyms, I'll just say apparently they have a jungle gyms podcast.
Oh, really? We didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm on their website, and they're like, this radio station, home of the Jungle Gyms podcast.
So I did not go on the Cincinnati trip, so I just got text updates during this whole time.
And you can also find it on YouTube, apparently TikTok, Spotify, Apple, Stitcher, Google, like all these things, and I'm like, okay. Let's listen to that Jungle Gyms podcast.
Jungle Gyms? I've been summoned.
They have a podcast.
Oh no.
They have a podcast!
I just realized that I do have to backtrack when we get back to the story because there was more to the castle story that I forgot to
there's
share.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
And then I'm like, well, I don't know if Courtney's going to mention this, but I'm like, but Jungle Gyms has a podcast.
I didn't know that. That's news to me. I have never looked up anything extra about Jungle Gyms after that day. The castle guy, however, I went on a research binge because I was like, I need to know how much of this is true, how much of it is not true. And the thing was, I learned some new things in my research that I was like, of all the wild false stories they told me, why didn't they tell me this? That's the weirdest part of all of this.
It looks like the podcast was started in September of last year, so that's a newer fact.
So Mick, when Courtney is traveling, that is usually a time for me to relax and catch up on video games and start projects and also get very entertaining texts.
Yeah! I imagine it's like the wildest texts. Just be
Bryce
playing
is
a
used
game.
to it at this point.
Just playing a game, get a text. So I got mistaken for ghosts.
Oh, I am not surprised by anything anymore.
Bryce is like, again?
Oh my gosh.
And I'm like, oh hey, I found a medieval castle in Cincinnati. How'd you find that? Oh, you know, the paranormal investigator / close-up musicians that found me at the speakeasy last night. And Rice is like, yep, sounds about right.
So my roommate, we haven't had anything here, and this is like a newer building, but my roommate is, there can totally be ghosts here. And I'm like, look, if there are ghosts here, one, I don't believe in ghosts. But two, if there are ghosts here, fight me and prove you exist.
Come at me, ghosts.
And then my roommate's like, I'm going to die because of you, because you're antagonizing ghosts. And I'm like, but they can't hurt you if they don't exist, so fight me and prove you exist.
Oh. Of course, it sounds like a fun adventure to have while at home. Interactive IRL stories. It is probably more fun for Royce that way. I feel like Royce would have a panic attack if Royce was actually with me through some of these more eccentric adventures. Some of them?
But from home, it's like, well, should I troll these people in Cincinnati and pretend to be a ghost? Yeah, of course you should. Send me notes.
Should I do this? Well, yeah, why wouldn't you do this? I'm not there.
Of course. Royce is, if I had to put a word to it, it would be like a theoretical troll. Like, you are a troll in theory. You revel in the idea of people getting messed with. You just don't want to be directly doing so or in any way culpable or even present to necessarily see how it plays out in real life.
Sort of. I've had periods of time where in situations I would think of things that sound like jokes or like bad advice in the moment, but have like enough of a kernel of good idea in them that it makes people wonder, should I actually do this?
See,
all I know is that at certain times when I've been like, hey Royce, There is a scammy salesperson who is coming over to the house today, and I am going to play a game with myself to see how fast I can drive them out of the house by being polite, but just exceptionally weird and creepy. And at the end of it, I am not going to buy any of their products, but I was promised a free cruise ticket if they could give me their presentation. So just a heads up, I'm gonna do this. Royce is like, great, I'll be out of the house when that happens.
Yeah.
I will not be home for that, but I will be excited to hear the story at the end of the day.
See, the only time I will ever troll is in like games and stuff like that. So like I learned like from Super Smash Brothers, I learned how to play Jigglypuff just so that I can pop over people's heads and put them to sleep and then kill them by putting them to sleep. Which makes people very angry that you're just jumping up and then killing them by singing a song. And so I just learned to do that just to piss people off, and it works, and it's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Only those are the ways that I troll people.
Yeah, I've got a lot of door-to-door salespeople stories, but we'll finish the Cincinnati story, and I don't know if we'll have time for any more after, but
I'm back. Please.
Satan's back.
I came back and saw Stream Father supervises chat. Oh god, oh no.
No.
Oh no. What happened?
Oh god, oh no was to something completely different.
Okay, but what I came back to was Stream Father supervises chat. Oh god, oh no. So better give me that context real quick. But
I think that might have been to the we haven't gotten to Jungle Gyms yet, but they have a podcast. That grocery store has a podcast.
I think it was actually us discussing the things that were to come about the castle cult before we move on.
Oh, that's also true.
Yes,
That's also
yes,
true.
yes.
okay.
We haven't
well,
said anything.
Let me quickly show you around the gnomes of the house.
I would never insult my stream father like that. Yes, you would, Magic.
No, I think Magic would get excited like, oh, Stream Father supervises chat. And then Sharky says something. And then Magic goes, oh god, oh no.
Oh,
More in
I
reaction
troll
to something that
telemarketers
Sharky says.
sometimes. Corey, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say Corey. I don't know if it's Corey you say, but Corey.
it's
I
Japanese,
know
though,
enough
Corey, so.
Korean and Japanese to really confuse people. Yes, that is the way to go. When I was traveling in New York one day, for some reason people kept, well, I say for some reason, I was wearing a skirt that had some like Russian painted architecture on it, and people started coming up to me at a museum just like speaking in Russian, thinking that I myself was Russian, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not Russian. And they're like, oh really? Well then that's an interesting skirt, tell me blah blah blah. And that gave me an idea, because I do know some Russian phrases because I have some good stories about Russian people from my past. So I've learned some Russian phrases. So when I was getting just like your good old-fashioned street harassment in New York, like catcalls and whatnot, for the rest of the day I was like, I'm just gonna start yelling at people in Russian, and I'm gonna hope they don't actually know Russian and that they just leave me alone. And it worked so well. Great. There would be people who would like catcall me on the street, and I'd be just like yelling at them in Russian, and they'd be like, okay, I'm sorry, and walk away. And I was just saying nonsense like, my elbow hurts. Like just nonsense phrases.
Ideal.
And then I went to see a Broadway show at the end of the night, and the show was opening late. I don't know what was going on with the tech or the actors, but like they were late to opening the doors. So we were all in the lobby, and I couldn't stand that long, and they didn't have any chairs or anything. So I just sat down with my back against a wall, like in a corner. And then an employee came up to me and was like, ma'am, you can't be sitting on the floor. That's not allowed. And I was like, well, screw that. I need to sit. I physically cannot stand. So I was like, I'm just going to pretend to be Russian again. And I just started speaking random Russian phrases. And she eventually just gave up and left. So I got to sit on the floor after all. So sometimes that works. And confirm.
To the house.
I feel like I should just say random French phrases because that'll really confuse people looking at a Chinese person saying random French at them. Alright, so we've got the gnome on top. And then here's
Beautiful.
our little sort of attic-y space. Not exactly the attic, but it's the uppermost one room, which just has a chair on either side and a little bookshelf and another little ghosty gnome because he just needs to watch over your reading.
Of course.
And
Naturally.
Here at the top of the stairs, here's another gnome, making sure you make it up the stairs okay. They're posted at every end of the staircases, you know, very important.
I feel like they also need to make sure that the dog makes it up and down the stairs all right. He is so old that he has started just like
Oh no, I don't
falling
have the,
down the stairs.
I don't have the pets packed. Make your dog. Oh,
It's
no.
okay. It's okay. We'll just pretend we have all the pets. But yeah, Quigley, he'll like fall down an entire set of
Aw.
stairs and he picks up air. He will like go flying and rolling and bouncing up.
Oh,
He's-
And it's
no.
He's a
horrifying
very-
every time.
He's a very like fall resistant dog though. He's like a potato with legs and he rolls really, really well.
Scares the ever-living hell out of me every time that happens, though. I try to carry him up and down the stairs anytime I see that he's trying to, but sometimes he's just insistent, like, no, I'm going ahead of you. I'm going real fast.
Oh my god, Corey. Once had a telemarketer give me their entire spew in Japanese, and I just listened to Leon and told him in Japanese that I was sorry, but I didn't understand Japanese. And I'm like,
You are a Corey after my own soul. I love that. That is exactly the kind of nonsense that I condone when interacting with sales people.
Alright. So here we have a
Oh,
bunch
look at
of
all the
random
portraits!
Victorian portraits
Ah.
because I was like, I don't know, it seems like you guys just need a Victorian portrait, so I just put some random portraits here.
That wallpaper on the left actually looks almost identical to the wallpaper that we actually have in our master bathroom, by
because
the way.
it comes from the vampire pack. Of course it does.
Of course it does.
Good.
Here's like an old-fashioned writing desk that I put the like one of the laptops at. I think this might be the only laptop. I don't remember if I had another laptop in here. And then there was the woodworking that I'm gonna actually... I have a digital sketch pad because I was like, well, I can't give you an actual hair art thingy. I think I might just replace this woodworking table bench thing and instead put an easel so that you can have the painting thing.
I mean, honestly, either works. We have both done more illustrative art at various points in our lives, but we also very much have like a wood shop in our basement right now. That wallpaper is so uncanny. It's the only difference to what that is and our master bathroom wallpaper is that the colors are reversed. The darker gray color is the background, and the lighter gray are those like floored. It's not quite a
so
fleur de
there's
lis,
a
but
bunch of variations on it, but I think that, yeah, so this is what you have currently. And then there's like a slightly lighter version. There's like this yellowy version, there's a blue version. Oh wait, this one does not come from the vampire pack. The purple one comes from the vampire pack. There's like a pink one, there's like red, but there is not one with these two flipped, unfortunately.
That's fine. It's still so close to something we literally do have in our house. It's impressive.
I'm
You
glad.
know us so well, Satan.
Apparently. I'm trying
We
to
don't
avoid the
literally
spoilers.
have the gnomes.
I'm trying to avoid the spoilers over here. Okay, but you have a digital sketch pad, you have an easel now. Over in the bedroom, here's a bed. Here's a big gnome to watch over you. With
Yes.
little baby gnomes on the side
That is
that just
terrifying.
accompany the big gnome.
Wake
There's
up
also
and
a-
just see the gnome.
Yep. He watches over in your sleep, you know, in case of intruders. Because you live in the vampire town. And I was like, well, you're gonna be a vampire. So I had to remove all of the garlic from the preset. Because the preset had a lot of, like, garlic around. This was, like, the one anti-vampire, like, garlic-covered home. And I was like, well, now I have to remove all the garlic decorations. There were, like, garlic wreaths, garlic garlands, random
That is
strands
so
of garlic
funny.
over the kitchen, just by the doors and stuff. And I was like, we have to move on this.
The
Magic,
funniest
don't you
part
already
of
have
that-
a number of gnomes? Just not giant ones, apparently.
It was Pi that had an entire gnome room, but
Yeah,
that was pie, yeah.
Yes.
Magic has gnomes from Swedish families. Yes.
Yes,
But,
but
The funniest part of
Courtney
this
gets his
gnome
giant
watching
gnome.
over us as we sleep is that we don't have gnomes watching over us as we sleep, but we do have these two like Victorian-ish Edwardian porcelain dolls who are on top of our dresser looking down at us over our beds. So
There
it's
are-
like we just replaced that with one big old gnome.
I am very
my-
For
sad
some
to
reason, it
report
still works.
that there
If
are
my-
no frogs or toads in the
If
Sims
my
4.
father sends me a
Word.
a
giant
fucking
fucking-
giant gnome, I just owning it. But what about the little cute gnomes next to it? Would you disown him for these little guys? Oh, so that's the giant gnome. That's the bedroom. Here's a shoe rack. Here's a light. You know, mirror.
So good. Well,
Here's the bathroom.
Corey said in chat, I've started learning too many languages and never became fluent.
Same.
And that the language I'm learning is Swedish, and a lot of people say like, why are you learning Swedish? Because that seems like such a random language, and most Swedish people know English, so people don't really think there's a reason to learn Swedish a lot of time. But my reason is totally research based. Like, learning Swedish is the first step because I'm trying to learn both archaic 1800s era Swedish and also a very specific regional dialect that is different enough from Swedish that it could be considered its own language. And that's just for my research with Victorian hair work, because there's a very small village called Vomhus in Dalarna County, for those of you roughly familiar with Swedish geography, that has a very fascinating history of Victorian hair workers. So a lot of I did get to visit there several years ago. I was unfortunately supposed to go this year as well. I was going to be teaching at a conference in Denmark this summer, and Denmark's right next to Sweden, so I was going to pop over there to do more research, but pandemic-wise, my immunocompromised self did not feel comfortable going, so I unfortunately had to cancel. But a lot of these old records are specifically in this old dialect, specifically in Swedish. They have not been translated into English, and a lot of people don't know about this history at all, period. So that's why I'm learning Swedish. And I am at a weird level of learning Swedish where Royce has talked about being dyslexic. I wonder if I am hyperlexic, which is the opposite of dyslexic. And it's not something I've been officially diagnosed with, but the more we learn about it, the more it sounds like I could have this, because speaking Swedish and having a conversation in Swedish is still usually a struggle for me. But if I am just reading a book, I can read a Swedish novel at least a median level very easily.
Nice.
So even words I can read and understand and recognize, I can't always recall and just pull out in conversation, but I also can't necessarily hear and recognize if someone were to say those words to me. So my Swedish teachers, who I've been really busy and stressed and sometimes sick lately, so I haven't had any Swedish lessons recently, and I need to fix that. But I had some Swedish teachers who would have like things that we would read together, and they'd be really impressed at the things I could understand when I'm just reading, and yet just having casual conversation with them back and forth in exclusively Swedish was sometimes a struggle. So they can't even always pinpoint what level I'm at, because they do this like language reading at like A, B, and C level. Like C level, you're starting to get into conversational, bordering on fluent. You can at least get by in most any situation. I can read sometimes at a C level, and I've read medical texts about like the medical things I have going on where my Swedish teachers are learning new words and I can recognize them because it's the medical diagnosis that I have, and they're like, I'm really impressed that you know what this is saying. And yet my speaking level is nowhere near that. So
it's because when I was studying Japanese in college, the program, like the textbook set that my teachers used, did the exact opposite on focus. So I'm really good about like hearing a conversation and picking up grammatically what's happening, and which is good for learning like vocab and stuff, and I can respond and stuff. And then I studied abroad where most people use like a different set of textbooks, and I got placed into a higher level because I could use the grammatic stuff to piece together, and it was very focused on conversational and like being able to get by in a conversation. I couldn't read for shit, and Japanese especially with like the kanji and stuff.
Yeah.
Kanji was also always my struggle in Chinese because
Well,
that's all Chinese.
understandable. I mean,
it's very hard.
That's why there's romaji for some speakers who
Yeah.
just need that
Romaji
translation
and
into a different
hiragana
character
and stuff.
style.
And so when I studied abroad, I got placed into like level 3 Japanese or something, and every time I'd get called on to read something out loud, I was like, I don't know this word, I'm sorry.
Oh, that makes sense, because I actually I was self-taught Swedish for like nearly 2 years before I enrolled in some online group classes. And very shortly after the group classes, I thought I needed a little more, so I found a couple of private tutors that I was working with. Before I started with those private tutors, they wanted me to take a test just to see like what level are you at. And my test score was like in the C range, because I can notice grammatical patterns really, really well. But they were also like based on what you're saying, that you were self-taught for about 2 years, and then you did group lessons online once a week for like 6 months. I'd be astonished if you're actually this level. And I was like, yeah, I don't think I'm this level. Like I'm not fluent yet. So it's very weird, because my reading level and my speaking and comprehension and listening level seem to be two vastly different, unrelated things. And so that's why I wonder if I might be hyperlexic, because the reading just comes to me, but speaking and listening not necessarily. And when I'm trying to watch like Swedish television, Swedish movies, I pick up almost everything if I have subtitles on and if I'm reading as I'm listening. But I don't pick up nearly that much if I'm just listening without subtitles. So that's another kind of like, that's interesting.
No, I have the unfortunate, I know enough Japanese now that I watch things with subtitles and I go, that's wrong. That's incorrect. You took great liberties here. What are you talking about? That's not what they said. That's not even close to what they said. What are you doing? What? You just changed the scene. What are you doing? The Chinese teacher once asked me a question in Chinese, and my brain did this weird thing, and I ended up answering in Spanish. It was the correct answer, just the wrong language. You know what? I used to have to go to Chinese school, but they taught Mandarin. And my family speaks Cantonese, and I had a verbal part of the exam where they'd like show me a character and I had to read it. And I got really excited because there was this one character they put up one time that I was like, oh, I know this one. I'm like, this one, I was usually really bad at this, but this one I know. And I said the answer in Cantonese, and I was really excited about it, and they're like, wrong. Rip.
Actually, I mean, for anybody listening who is just
Quickly turn
fascinated
this
with
around so that you
language
can see
and
all of the
translation and
gnomes
things.
on the balcony, because the balcony is the gnome's home. This is only one side of the balcony. We have this little guy up here watching over all these guys. And these guys.
Oh my gosh, so many gnomes.
And these guys. This guy's on a flamingo. He's having a grand old time. And these guys. There's a mini flamingo. There's another guy watching over. That's the second
I'm
floor.
impressed at the variety of gnome options in this game.
There were so there's only so many like
gnomes-
styles, but then each style has like 3 or 4 color options. So I was trying to keep a good variety.
And I mean, gnomes are also a reoccurring thing in The Sims in the
I
first
love it.
place.
I mean, are gnomes not a reoccurring thing in all of our lives?
No, they're not.
Speak for yourself, Sharky.
I
Okay,
can
so
very much speak for myself, where gnomes
Moving
only
on.
really come out when I'm talking to you or playing Power Wash Simulator.
there's a tiny little office here with another laptop and writing table. And then here's the kitchen. There's a gnome that was holding something that looked like a serving platter, so I just decided he belongs in the kitchen as well.
Oh,
And then-
it's so good.
Over here, we have a TV. Here's a little fruit bowl, fake fruit bowl. And then here's the dining room and stuff. And then here's the fireplace. And I just... Now you have a combination of portraits and gnomes.
Lovely.
That's the end of the tour.
Oh,
Royce, how do you feel about all the gnomes?
that does look pretty
Is that
similar
gnome in
to
a
our
bear
dining
suit?
room.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Let
There's
me
also
find
the
it.
smaller one that looks like it's fishing.
And
So
we
what
do
kind of
have our
suit is it in?
vampire portrait hanging up in our dining room too. So
I think you had mentioned that, which is why I put the portraits over the fireplace. And I remember you mentioning a bunch of knicknacks on the fireplace. I did not remember
That's where the
to
jellyfish
get a
is,
jellyfish on it.
yes,
And I
yes, the
apparently couldn't
jellyfish.
find any frogs or toads just now. And I think the only jellyfish just now when I searched was a lamp. But
Are
maybe
there
I'll
any
add a jellyfish
skulls?
lamp.
We do have some skulls on the mantle.
Unfortunately, it looks like mostly sugar skulls. That's awkward.
Oh, that's too bad.
Wait, what's this? It's in the vampire pack.
Courtney, if you were to estimate off the top of your head, how many people have asked if our house is haunted?
All of
there's
them.
a giant like
Everyone.
bird skull over here. You know, I'm adding it. I'm adding it to the fireplace. I think your fireplace needs this.
I think nearly everyone who has either been to our house or learned of my profession has asked how haunted our house is.
All right.
Yeah,
we're adding one
we don't
skull
have
right
that
here.
literally, but we do have a lot of things with dome jars like that, and we do have
Yeah.
some bones. Definitely works. Very fitting.
I'm like, are there more bones?
It's in line with the vibes.
The boneyard. What's
those
this?
vibrations,
Yes.
those
think
pesky
this is a-
vibrations.
I think this is actually a fish tank, but you know, I'm gonna add it.
Yeah,
to
it says
the
swim.
now.
It says swim your rainbow trout in it.
But you know, it's going on this now.
Yeah,
I
our fish
feel like
tank
it
is
just
taken up by mice.
it looks like a little haunted house inside of a fish tank, and so I mean, you
That
can't
look-
tell me
that
that's
literally-
not fitting.
That literally looks like the haunted house from Luigi's Mansion.
Oh
so
my
we're gonna
gosh,
just
Luigi's
we're adding it here.
Mansion.
You
I
also get a
love it.
little haunted house fish tank right here, also on the
It's-
fireplace. Let me move this around. Actually, I feel like this. I don't want this gnome hidden away. In fact, actually,
The
what if I
vibrations
put
are correct.
what if I put this gnome inside of the little tank? He's just chilling in there. I think that's
Yeah, the
good.
fish need a gnome.
Yeah. So that's your home. This is your new sim house with lots of room for gardening. There's a lot of extra space over here for gardening. You can fence off a little garden. I was thinking about it. Like, actually, it works out really well if you're doing the spell casting and the gardening, because then you need certain plants in order to make some of the potions. So, you know.
So near the start of the pandemic, like spring of 2020, just a few months in, I was sitting on our like parlor couch and I was reading a Swedish book because I for a period of time I was like, every morning I'm going to spend 2 hours just reading. The first hour is going to be a Swedish book. The second hour is going to be like something to do with my research and my hair work, and I'm just going to do research for like an hour after that. So I was sitting on our couch and I was doing my Swedish reading. And Royce walks in black t-shirt, jeans, and like black garden gloves, and out of nowhere just says, "Our backyard casted vine whip," and pulls out this massive vine.
Thorn whip.
Yeah, thorn
Play
whip.
D&D.
Yes, thorn whip. Our backyard casted thorn whip and pulled out this massive vine and just whipped it out.
It was probably 8 to 10 feet long.
Oh my
It was so
Amazing.
big.
A basically dying, or what I previously thought was dead, was rosebush, decided to sprout one giant vine.
Oh my god.
Well, we should
Yeah,
get
that
back to
was quite a thing.
Cincinnati.
Real
Okay,
quick.
we can get back to
I'll
Cincinnati.
just I wanna get this all settled before the Cincinnati story resumes. Royce, did you want to have a day job of programming things or no? I take it Courtney is gonna be doing all of art stuff for income, but I don't know if you wanted to just go off of magic and to attempt to make the bills, or if you also wanted a day job of programming.
I'm fine with either. A day job or programming would be fine.
Correct. It would be accurate.
It would be accurate.
Okay, well, we'll start you off in the programming career, which unfortunately I think actually puts you in the tech support career because they just lumped it all together. Where if you want to be a
Oh,
pro
you
gamer,
do computers.
for
Yeah,
some
you do
reason,
computers, yeah.
if you want to
click clack on the keyboard.
become a pro gamer as a career path in The Sims, you have to start as a tech support person, become an entry-level programmer, and then branch off into pro gaming. And I'm like, those are 3 entirely different career paths. What the fuck are you talking about?
Wow.
From an IT person, yes, and it hurts.
Though unfortunately, I guess I started off in tech support IT stuff in college, and now I program professionally, and now here I am streaming games on the internet. Oh no.
So
Oh no.
The Sims got it right, you're saying.
Oh no.
Where did
I
my
have never
programming
done
life
tech support.
happen?
Huh?
Where did my programming day job go?
You skipped some levels because you did not hit the professional programming section. So it's all under the tech guru career path.
Interesting.
Who
I guess the
needs
real
college with
question
programming
is,
skills like yours, it says to
Can-
3 of us who went to school for programming.
can an artist and a sorcerer actually pay for this large, lovely house?
Oh yeah.
I think that's the question.
Oh yeah.
First of all, I had to use the free real estate sheet to move you in, which means you have 22K to start.
Well, dang.
You have money. You
Look at
have
us
money.
go.
Which is a lot better than like when I moved us into our home, which I eventually moved us into a larger home. I think when I started the mix sim, it was down to like 1,000 if even.
Yeah, it was not a lot.
Mix sim is
Now-
doing financially a little bit better now. Our sims are doing a little bit better now.
Yeah, I mean, I get 2,000 a day if I win that tournament or whatever.
Roughly 2,000. And I'm working my way up the criminal career track because that was a requisite part of being public enemy. So it's like, I guess I have to join the criminal career track. And I think I was working up towards becoming the head of the mafia. I
Yeah,
think
that
that's
sounds
where I
right.
ended up on.
That's fun.
I think
That
I
sounds
ended up
right.
that my sim is becoming, gradually approaching becoming head of the mafia. So
You
Those
know.
seem like very realistic career trajectory paths. You just start doing crime one day, and then you become the head of a mafia.
You know,
Yeah.
Satan and Sharky, a person who just does video game tournaments and the head of a mafia. Living under
My
one
sim
roof.
is also a spellcaster and can turn apples into potions that solve all of your like physical body needs.
This sounds
So
like
that we
a
can just-
very bad sitcom.
Yeah, I was gonna say, to be fair, I would watch that sitcom
Are you
where
saying
there was a
that
mob
this is-
boss and a professional gamer. in one room. I would watch it.
I think that's just called watching the stream.
Well, I should say, because I had a thought, and before I totally lose it, I'm taking a step back just a moment for when we were talking about languages. Since I imagine a lot of us here on the stream, obviously all of us on the stream are ace, I imagine a lot of our listeners are also ace. If you are interested in language things and translating things, we recommend on Twitter, Sarah K Translate. I believe YouTube is Sarah Moon. But this is someone that we found totally by accident. She is a professional translator. She translates Japanese into English. And we found her by accident because we're big fans of BoJack Horseman and Todd Chavez being really good ace rep. And I know Sharky and Satan, you haven't watched it yet, and I think that's a shame. But she did a video talking about the actual Japanese translation of BoJack Horseman and why they made some of the choices they made, and even though it's not a literal translation, why it's a good one and why it captures the essence and different like cultural things. And so we found this Japanese BoJack Horseman video and watched it, and she just casually dropped like, "Oh, this scene with Todd is really important to me as an ace," and we were like, "No way! Our interests all intersect." So of course we subscribed, we followed on Twitter and all that, and it's just really interesting because we're big fans of a lot of different Japanese media, and even though we haven't formally learned any Japanese, just the intricacies of language and translation is something that is very intriguing to us. So since we were having that conversation, if anyone else there is interested, we definitely recommend that.
Wait, I need a job description for Victorian hair artist. Because I can give you a custom thing here. Professional weirdo.
I mean, literally, my business card says Victorian hair artist, historian, professional weirdo. That's what my business card says.
All right, professional weirdo, historian. Collects bags of human hair to weave. Is that the correct description of your job? Yeah?
I'll allow it. Close enough for The Sims.
All right. Cincinnati, go.
Okay.
Second half of Cincinnati.
Go.
Yeah, so when I was there was one other story that the elder knight of the Knights of the Golden Trail at the medieval castle in the middle of Cincinnati, Ohio, told me was how the creator of this castle insisted that this was never to be sold and that this was always to be for the public and for the knights, and that the knights were to oversee the castle. And they were like, "We have held true to this even though others have tried to buy the castle over the years." And one day a man walked into the castle and he said, "Name your price." And we said, "The castle isn't for sale." And he said, "I will pay anything you ask for. I want this castle. Just name your price. How much do you want for it?" And we insisted, we were adamant, the castle is not for sale. And he just kept telling the story of this back and forth. And he ended the story by saying, "And so that day, Elvis Presley walked away. Did not, in fact, buy the castle." It was always the twist with him. He would tell this big dramatic story and right at the end just drop a bomb like, oh, Elvis just casually tried to buy this castle and we said no. So that was interesting. And I wasn't sure if that one was true or not. And after doing some research, it might be true. I haven't come under a decision either way on that one. But allegedly Elvis Presley did try to buy the castle at one point. And so the thing is, they did tell me how this man died. They told me that he burned alive. He started just like a trash fire. He was trying to burn trash on the castle grounds and lit himself on fire and died from his fire wounds. And I was like, oh, I guess that's a fitting death for someone who lives such an odd, extravagant life. Why wouldn't you just burn to death in your medieval castle? But the thing is, of all the things they told me, some of which are very much not true, there's no way in heck that this man was literally knighted. That did not happen. There's no way in heck that these 14 original Knights of the Golden Trail got knighted. That absolutely did not happen. The fact that they are still, quote, knighting people is very much like, that's not how it works. So I was like very skeptical about a lot of this, but allegedly this man did actually build the castle himself from what I've been able to see. But when I went back to my hotel at the end of the night and I was like, I need to start this research, and this is going to be a long research experiment because what a journey I have been on today. They did not tell me that dude was a freaking zombie.
Oh, yes, you are gonna tell this part.
Wait,
they did.
I need to quickly just point this out because I'm like, Sims, why? So I started you two off as married, right? And
Yeah.
here's your affection bar with each other. And I just want to point out that for starting married, your romance meter with each other is way up here. Your friendship bar, like more platonic affection for each other, is way down here.
Typical aloe marriage.
Yeah, that's.
Which I think if you... The Sims term for sex is woohoo. And I think if you woohoo, it gives this kind of boost. And I'm just like... so
weird.
Like, I think this isn't even high enough to call each other best friends. I think I have to work you two up to being best friends.
That's interesting. That is very,
But
very
it's
interesting.
like, yeah, you two are really romantically involved with each other. You really like each other romantically, but like you're not friends or anything. Why would we assume that just because you're married? And I'm just like, why?
That's
Why?
fascinating to me because, of course, I mean, you were ranting about the like unflirty trait being so much more than is actually implied by the word unflirty.
It's like
they're ascribing all
even
these
if you're
other...
trying to hug like platonically, it's like awkwardly hug or something. And I'm like, why does it have to be awkward? Can't you just platonically hug like a normal person, even if you're not good at flirting or whatever?
I
Like,
can
what?
still give a sincere hug to someone without it having underlying like intentions.
Yeah.
So that's super interesting because also like I don't know. I feel like Royce is my best friend, but I also feel like Royce is my best friend in a different way than like Aloes who say like I married my best friend, and I can't really explain that because I can't explain the Aloe point of view, but there's something about it that just feels different because there's almost an implication when an Aloe says like, oh, my partner is my best friend. It's almost like they're my best friend despite the fact that we're also fornicating. And it's like I don't know. Very interesting. Oh, look at us hug. I like how we're basically the same height.
Oh yeah, everyone in The Sims is the same. Not accurate. Sharky is like a foot taller than me, but you know what?
A foot? Wow.
Well, yeah, I'm.
Just about. I mean, Sharky has bad posture, so it.
Yeah,
it comes out
like if I
less,
actually
but-
stand up straight, I'm like 6'2".
Okay, so that's horrible because I was like, oh, what's Satan? I assume like 5'2".
Look.
Satan has told us 5'2" one time when I said
5'2",
something about
5'3"-ish.
D&D characters being short.
Yeah.
5'2", 5'3"-ish. It's if you look for the average Asian woman height, yeah, I'm about that. If you look for the average of like Chinese or Japanese, yeah, I'm the average of that. But within America, I am short.
Yeah, I was
am
the one who got
average
that right.
White American height. Well, white American dude height.
Back when Twitter
relative,
had this
right?
trend where everyone was like, guess how tall I am, or how tall do you think I am based on my personality? Our friend
previously,
Sarah Cosgriff, who is also Ace and does the Aces and STEM stuff, did that at one point, and I was like, well, you're half Filipino, so I'm gonna guess 5'2", and I got it. That was right. Everyone else was guessing so much taller than 5'2", and Sarah was like, no, you're right, 5'2".
I want to know what people's perception are of like taking away like race and like physical traits, but like personality wise, what height do people think I would be?
I remember when
I
people
think
in
people
chat
in chat
were
thought
like,
I was tall, and I think people in chat thought Sharky was short.
yeah, people in chat thought I was like really short, and I'm like, no, I'm like a little over 6'1". And they're like, what?
I have short person energy, which means I'm ready to fight tall people, which means that people think I'm tall.
Sharky
I
has shorter
was-
person voice.
I
It's
was
that cartoon
5
voice.
Don't get me started, Royce.
I was 5'2" until I was 15. I started point ballet, which is supposed to stunt your growth, a couple of years before that. So I was supposed to be done growing at 5'2".
When did I start points? I think I must have been 12 or 13. I started also a couple years before you're technically supposed to start point. Because they're like, your arches are really good. We're going to stick you in point.
Yeah, like there are a lot of different considerations as to like whether or not you're ready for point based on age and growth and technique. But like I started point when I was 5'2", and they thought I was done growing at 5'2". So I had the experience of like entering high school and assuming this was my full adult height as a 5'2"
We're visiting as
person,
neighbors
but then
right now.
oh yay!
And
And
Royce,
Royce
is
got
immediately fighting me. Oh no.
And then I'm just there like, why are you fighting?
Because I have the curse of unwarranted
Oh, and there's
hostility.
Mick.
Oh, there's Mick.
Hello, Nick. Thank you for coming to our housewarming.
Quite the party.
So wait,
Okay, you're starting to make a
no!
profit as a painter, at least.
we have to get back to the fact that he was a zombie because Magic said what?
He was a zombie, yes. So
Oh,
I was
I'll-
hoping
I'll
you told
wrap-
this part.
fighting again. Royce
I'll wrap
lost and
the-
apparently decided to fight me again.
Best 2 out of
very
3.
un-Royce-like. Royce is very non-confrontational, but I will
won
wrap
again,
up the
apparently,
height.
and we are very mad at each other. I gotta fix that.
Okay, best 3 out of 5.
So
Like, I gotta
I
fix
will
that.
say
Everyone hates
that
me.
I thinking 5'2" was my full height because I had started point. They thought just age-wise I was done growing. I grew almost a full 5 inches in the span of a year when I was like 15. So now I am like 5'6.5". I think I've teetered between 5'6" and 5'7" now. So now I technically am taller than most women I encounter, which is interesting because also statistically, I grew up in South Dakota. My mother was born in South Dakota. Statistically, South Dakota has some of the tallest women in the world on average. And I think some of that might have to do with indigenous population, which I have some of in me, but not necessarily from South Dakota either. So that's a whole weird thing. But yeah, heights are odd. It was so small and so short and petite for so long, and people would just pick me up randomly, and then I got taller.
I cannot remember ever being randomly picked up.
Really? People didn't just pick you up when you were 5'2"? That happened to me all the time.
No, I think maybe that's again the like fight me energy.
Oh, sure.
The like don't touch me. If you touch me, I will kill you.
Yeah, fair enough. I think that was before I started usually having bladery on my person, so
All right, let me
maybe
also
that's part
show
of it.
real quick. This over here is Mick's house, and this over here is the house of me and Sharky.
You can
And
tell by
this
there's a
is
rocket ship in the back.
Random
in the-
NPCs. And then down along this path in another neighborhood is my roommate who's living with the old vampire guy that she plans to kill. That's our very ace vampire neighborhood. Very ace, very vampire.
This is the neighborhood that I'm like secretly conspiring to create. Like when we say, "Hey Sharky, the housing prices in the Kansas City area are you should probably come here." This is like phase 1 of our
I got a job
plot.
listing that was like half my paycheck, and I was like, so if I take this job that's like a 50% pay cut, I guess I'm the next one to move to Kansas.
I mean, this is our plot. We're laying all our cards out on the table
I
right
mean,
here. We want to make a fully ace city, an ace neighborhood.
I mean, I don't have enough money, and I don't make enough money to buy a place. But renting, yeah.
We have some really good rental prices around here. We really do. It's some of the most affordable housing in the country right now, which even right now it is higher than it was a couple years ago. Like things have inflated a lot, but so has a lot of the other country.
So Courtney, about that zombie.
Yes, about
the
going back-
zombie. So yes, so this dude was a zombie, and for some reason, of all the fantastical stories, some of which were definitely not true that they told me, they didn't tell me the dude was a zombie. Apparently, he did not save some member of French nobility, and he did not get knighted. That historically is not the case. I could have told you that because that's not how knighting is. But he was pronounced dead because he was part of a unit that all contracted meningitis. And he was pronounced dead, and he was on the slab in the morgue. They sent post back home announcing that he was dead. And his partner, like his fiance, I think it was just fiance. I don't know if they were married yet. It's been a long time since I've looked this up, but like she found another guy and got married. Like she thought he was fully dead and moved on to another relationship. And yet, after being pronounced dead, the story goes that someone, when they were taking like post-mortem cultures to study why these people died, they were like scraping the roof of his mouth and doing all these things. One of these doctors was like, hey, let's do an experiment. Let's inject adrenaline directly into his heart and see what happens. And the story says that he just came back to life. So legally, they had to legally pronounce him undead. So this dude, literally a zombie, and they didn't tell me that at the castle. Of all the stories they told me, they didn't tell me dude is a freaking zombie. And of course, being burned alive is how he died, because how else are you going to kill a zombie?
Yeah, according to his website, it was spinal meningitis, even. So, you know, fun. And yeah, fiance after 6 months was like, yeah, I'm married to this other dude now. Bye. You were dead.
I'm just gonna have Courtney sit here and tell engaging and dramatic stories as a way of getting all of our friends to be, or all of our Sims to become friends, because that sounds about right.
That's exactly like real life. That is what I'd do if we were all literally at our dining room table right now. Oh my goodness. So yeah, I was like, all the stories you told me and all of the definite lies and exaggerations that I heard. You didn't tell me that he was pronounced dead and then legally declared undead. What?
Yeah.
So
Nice story.
So that was the castle people. That was quite a thing. Quite a thing. So yeah, so fast forward a little bit after these castle people told me you need to go to Jungle Gyms. I was like, I will pay for the 40+ minute Lyft ride. And this Lyft driver was cold reading me the entire time. And she didn't get a single thing right. Not a single one in that entire 40 minutes. And she never stopped. There was never a point where she was like, okay, I'm sorry, I'm done now. She just kept going. So for 40
She's like,
minutes,
surely at some point I have to get this correct.
40 minutes, I was poorly cold read by a psychic, quote, psychic, a very, very bad psychic.
Am I the only one who was never randomly picked up? I'm just seeing chat now.
I was never randomly picked up.
Well, you're taller.
I was actually, until about 8th or 9th grade, I was probably around 5'5", 5'6", and then like around the start of high school, I basically, also around the time I started doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I just shot up in height.
Dude that picked me up was 6'4" and very drunk.
I feel
Was
like
that-
you would have to be pretty drunk in order to randomly try
Was
to
that
pick up
someone I
hers.
know?
Yeah.
What? I guess that sounds like something he'd do. Very just naturally massive person, that.
So you-
yeah.
Getting to Jungle Gym?
Yeah, so
Jungle gyms.
after a painstaking nearly 45-minute Lyft ride of being cold read poorly by a horrible psychic, I show up at a grocery store not knowing what to expect or why. And I walk in a door, and the first thing I see is a giant anthropomorphic can of Campbell's soup swinging in a swing from the ceiling and telling me a story about his life as a can of soup.
All right.
And I was like, okay. He was like dramatically telling a story of like young Jimmy here. I was being poured into Jimmy's bowl, and he took his spoon, and down Jimmy's throat I went. I was like, what is going on? So I was like, all right, yeah, this is a weird grocery store. This place was massive. This was as big as some malls that I have been in. And it was just a grocery store, but they had entire sections, like here is the Indian section, here is the Mexican section, and they were all huge. And there was
vampire powers do you want?
ooh, what
So
vampire
far,
powers do we have?
so the more vampire training you get, the more options you get, and then
Ooh.
eventually you'll have to take some weaknesses as well. But we have detect personality, where you just can instantly figure out what a Sim's personality, the 3 personality traits of a Sim are. You can gain the ability to fly anywhere as a bat. You can cast a hallucination that causes another Sim to just talk to themselves. Like, you just make a fake Sim for someone to talk to. There's eternally welcome, so you just gain the power to lock and unlock doors at other Sims' homes.
Ooh, I like that.
Or there's a cult student beginning to study your vampiric energy and the many ways it can be used, and you can expend less energy for the same effects. So when you use other powers, they would cost less energy.
That's tough. Bad is fun. Eternally welcome. I kind of like the idea of other Sims just being like, surprise, Courtney. Hello, I'm here.
All right.
Your day just got a little bit
Do
weirder.
you... All right, I'll give you the eternally welcome. You get more points as you achieve the different ranks, and then once you hit max, you just continue getting points without any more ranks. So I mean, we can just add more later.
Sure, why not?
All right, you're just eternally welcome.
Love
And
it.
let's see if you ever leave the house.
We'll see.
Oh, Royce is almost no longer angry about fighting at me. Because
Good.
they
That
were
makes
just-
sense. I tend to cool off pretty quickly, although it looks like I'm stomping angrily, and that's unusual. Did I just steal someone's berries?
Oh, there are random, like, fruit trees and stuff around, so I sent you harvesting different fruits and stuff so that you could gain gardening skill, but most importantly, I got the plasma fruit so that you can work on gardening and grow a bunch of plasma trees so that Courtney doesn't have to go around trying to suck actual people's blood because you're vegetarian.
Courtney's here, but I don't really want to chat. Better lock the door. Courtney busts through the wall like the Kool-Aid man.
Don't worry, you don't have to say a word. I will just tell you stories all day long.
Yes, so the plasma fruit is like the fruit substitute to drinking blood as a vampire sim. And so I was like, well, I mean, you're vegetarian, so maybe we should
It's
just plant a
vegetarian
bunch.
blood.
And, you know, it's also just good to have a bunch of trees around. They look cool. They glow at night. Like,
Ooh.
Like if the fruit has sprouted and you haven't harvested it yet, it just glows at night, and that's really fucking cool. So I'm just like, you know, I feel like you should just have some of these different plants in your home, and it'll be good for the gardening trade and stuff. Yeah.
Works for me. Works for me.
So yeah, you're just gonna have a bunch of plants at home, and I feel like that's good. They may not be well arranged, but it sounds like you have a chaotic garden anyway, so I'm
Yes.
just gonna hope that's fine. You're gonna
Yeah,
have a bunch
Royce
of plasma
has
fruit trees.
literally been like, I'm a chaotic neutral gardener.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, you're just gonna have a bunch of wolf's banes and plasma trees to start,
Love it.
and then maybe some other random things as I get you more random things.
Love it. Absolutely.
And now Royce should no longer be angry. So it should no longer be an angry walking sim.
Interesting.
Alright, our sims are leaving now, I think. But,
Oh, but we were having such a
oh,
good
wait, no,
time.
I interrupted the leaving sequence so that you could keep talking to Mick.
Is there any more to the story, I wonder?
Okay, yes,
Story.
sorry, jungle gyms. Different
So yeah,
areas.
I'm confronted with a giant anthropomorphic can of Campbell's soup singing about his life as a can of soup. And I was like, what is happening? So I just continued to walk around. And I found a giant, like, gorilla Elvis who was singing, like, Jailhouse Rock. And
sorry,
playing
Elvis
the
again?
guitar. Yes, there was a giant Elvis. And, like, an animatronic Elvis gorilla creature singing and playing guitar. And, like, tapping his foot and moving around. And I was like, okay, this is interesting. And there were, like, up in the air, suspended on the ceiling were like entire scenes out of like storybooks. There was like a Robin Hood scene that was spanned for aisles. And it was like, okay, that's interesting. At one point, I needed to go to the restroom because this place was massive, and I was just walking around all of it, and I was trying to find the bathroom, and someone pointed it out to me, and they pointed to a porta potty, and I was like, "What? You have a porta potty in the middle of this grocery store? That seems unsanitary."
Wait, a porta
But
not an actual bathroom, just a porta potty?
It looked like a porta potty, but you see, you opened the porta potty door, which was definitely made out of like the plastic of porta potties. You opened it, and it was like built into the wall, and there was like a secret full-on restroom behind it. And so I was like, okay, all right, this is a place. It was huge, and there were like antiques everywhere. Above the ice cream, like frozen aisle, there were just rows and rows of antiques if you look up. And there was an entire like horse-drawn carriage above one of these aisles. And obviously the horses were not real, but they had like big plastic horses carrying this literal antique horse carriage. I was just between these aisles. So I was like, where am I? What on earth is this place? Because, need I remind you, the progression of this was, I show up in Cincinnati, I'm told the place I'm staying is haunted. I'm told to go on a ghost tour. I'm mistaken for a ghost on the ghost tour. I am secondly mistaken for a ghost in the place where I'm staying in their bar area, totally unremoved from the ghost tour. I go to a random speakeasy and meet magicians / paranormal investigators that tell me to go to the medieval castle, and there I meet a cult, and they tell me to go to a grocery store. And this is where I end up after being cold read by a terrible psychic for over 40 minutes.
And somehow the grocery store was the weirdest place.
It was among them. And so I was like, what a weird day. I walked around this place for a very long time because I wanted to see all of it. And there were so many animatronic things that were very weird. And so I was like, all right, I went to Jungle Gyms like the Castle Cult people told me to. I guess I'm just gonna go back to my hotel at the end of the night. And the following day was my last day in Cincinnati because my flight was leaving that night. And what I wanted to do was go and visit one of the historic cemeteries. But a couple of times people also told me, like, well, before you leave Cincinnati, you have to have some chili. Like, that's a staple of Cincinnati. And I was like, that's not going to be easy to find as a vegetarian.
Slightly sweet, like brown sugar chili? Is Cincinnati
I don't
style,
even really know. I found
I need to
like
look this up now because I think there's like Cincinnati style chili, which is different from like other places.
That wouldn't surprise me because like Kansas City barbecue has like a very specific kind of barbecue sauce that is different from other barbecue regions in the country. So I'm sure Cincinnati has its own thing where it defines its own chili by, but when I was looking up like, okay, well, is there a vegetarian Cincinnati chili anywhere? I found a local kind of like regional fast food place that did have a vegetarian chili. And there was a location not very far from this historic cemetery I wanted to walk through before going to the airport. So I went there and I got this chili and it was fine. I didn't dislike it, but I didn't love it. And I mean, obviously it's a fast food place, so it probably wasn't like the premium Cincinnati chili experience, but
Cincinnati chili is different from traditional red chili, chili con carne. Both consist of a tomato-based ground meat and chili powder. Traditional red chili often includes cumin, paprika, garlic powder, and onion powder, though it's not limited to these. Cincinnati chili, on the other hand, has a sweeter edge with spices like cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, and allspice. Some recipes also use cocoa powder, and it has a thinner consistency that makes it more like a sauce, like over spaghetti or something.
Interesting. So
I guess
yeah,
that's what
I
you were
mean,
supposed to be having. Supposed
yeah,
to, in
I mean,
quotes.
I went to this kind of franchise place, and I walked in, and it was kind of trying to be decorated like an old school diner almost, kind of like vintage 50s era diner, but still very kind of like franchisey fast foody-ish. And I just ordered my like, okay, the vegetarian version of the chili, please, and I sat in a booth, but like I was the only one there, which I thought was weird for the time of day, which was a fairly normal lunchtime. And the employees were like obsessed with me. They were just, and I mean, I was wearing like Victorian era clothing, but like one of them was like, "Hey, I'm going on my break, so I can talk to this girl here," without asking me, which was fine because I was happy to talk to her. But she's like, "I'm officially going on break," and she just like sat in the booth with me and just started talking. And she was like, "Can I see what shoes you're wearing? Are you wearing like Victorian era boots?" And I was like, "Actually, no, I am just wearing flats." And I like showed her my feet, and we were just like, I was just eating my vegetarian chili, and they were all just like, "You're such a fascinating person. Tell me more about you." And I have never had strangers who didn't know who I was just immediately glom onto me as much as those employees at that store. So I had a very interesting conversation with them. But like that was super normal compared to the rest of Cincinnati. At this point, I'm just like, I'm fully convinced that these people are just taking such an interest in me because they're trying to figure out if I'm a ghost. Because everyone in Cincinnati is obsessed with ghosts. Literally everybody. Very, very obsessed with the paranormal. So I was like, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. So I went to the cemetery. I walked around a bit, took some photos, did some vlogging so I could tell my patrons, because at the time when I was traveling for hair work related things, I was doing vlogs for my patrons who were giving me like $1 or $2 or more a month, just extra content stuff. So I sat in the cemetery, I did some vlogs being like, man, Cincinnati's weird. I also just found, walking around, a really weird charity that was just like decked out in everything creepy you could think of. That was like, fill a hearse with food for charity. And there was a hearse parked out front that was being driven by a skeleton. And there were cans of food that you could look in the window and see all these cans of food stacked in the hearse. And above the hearse was a sign, because this was very, very early November, like probably November 1st or 2nd, like immediately after Ace Week. Before election day, that just had a sign that was like, re-elect the county coroner. And I just found that casually and I was like, wow, fascinating, Cincinnati. So Cincinnati was a wild time. But so I spent my time in the cemetery. I took a couple hours to walk through and look at everything, saw all the historic mausoleums and everything. It was a very lovely cemetery. I'd say if I was making a top 10 list of all the cemeteries I've ever been in, it would probably be on the tail end of that top 10 list. So it was nice.
Follow. Thanks for the follow ratings.
Yes, thank you for following. Ace is playing at Attraction. Sharky and Satan are our favorite. So I finished my afternoon in the cemetery, and I'm like, well, time to go to the airport now. So I call another lift. And as you may recall, the last lift I was in was a very bad psychic who was cold reading me for 40 minutes and didn't get a single thing right.
I'm by to say hello, heading out for the night. Well, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by.
Good to see you in here, Ray. Talk to you real soon. So yeah, we so I called this lift, and he seemed much more normal than the psychic who was cold reading me. But as we were driving, we get onto a street that was really backed up on traffic. And he had like news, traffic, and weather kind of going on the radio, and it was talking about, oh, a semi truck has halted blah 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 route on this place, and I wasn't even caring that much because I wasn't.
Can you do a better job with the psychic reading?
He scared the ever-living shit out of me is what he did, Magic. But it was fine. He wasn't nearly as creepy as he seemed.
I'm sorry, Sharky. You've been chosen as the sacrifice because Courtney needs to drink blood because the plasma fruit trees aren't grown yet. So Courtney needs someone's blood.
Rude.
It was either gonna be you or me, and I was like, "Well, Royce already is nearly enemies with my Sim, so I don't want to make me and Courtney worse." So
Shark blood. Ooh ah.
besides, that means
Exactly.
you're
Yes,
here,
you
which
get
means
it.
you guys get to hang out and like become friends, and then also Courtney's gonna drink your blood.
You understand, Sharky.
I understand nothing in life.
So, as I'm hearing this like news, traffic, and weather report of, oh, a semi truck has backed up something on certain interstate, which means nothing to me because I'm not local. But he turns around and the first thing he said to me this entire trip, he just turns around and he's like, "Don't worry, we're not going that way." So I was like, "All right, that's fine." And I called him early enough that I fully expected that I'd get to the airport and still have like several hours before my plane left. I don't like to be strapped for time, and no one else local told me any new weird things to go. So like walking through that cemetery was my only thing I had on that agenda that day. And so at a certain point, we're driving for a while. He veers off onto what seems to be a side road, not a lot of traffic going on. And he just like casually pulls up to the bank of a river and just stops and parks
Oh no.
and doesn't say a word.
That sounds like you're gonna die.
He does not say a word. And I'm also on my way to the airport, so I do not have a knife in my purse like I often do.
Not the lack of
So-
knife.
So I just start assessing the situation. He did not turn around. He did not say a word to me. He just stared straight forward, and we were just parked on the bank of
Into
a river.
the river.
Did not say anything. And there was like a dock there, but
Oh,
I saw no
no.
boat, and he just stopped. And at this point, I didn't say anything to him because he wasn't saying anything to me. But I did get to a point where I was like, I'm about to get murdered. So I like I reached my hand into my purse to grab my phone, and I just like held my phone in my hand from inside my purse, and just very casually I started thinking like, now let's see. If this guy is about to murder me right now, do I call 911? Do I contact support for Lyft or Uber or whatever rideshare app I was using at that time on that day? Or do I just, like, contact Royce? I don't know what the answer is here. But I was also, like, prepared to do something. But until something happened, I was like, I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna see what happens. But I have my phone if I need it. And so I was just like, wait and watch. Just assess the situation. And we were there in silence without him saying a fucking word for, like, over 10, 15 minutes. And I was like, all right, we're just gonna sit here in silence. That's what we're doing then. And eventually, like 15 minutes later, ferry emerges on the riverbank and pulls up and docks on this dock. And he just casually drives onto the ferry and parks.
Because of everything that was happening thus far, I was really like a fairy, like with wings.
Yes, I legit had the exact
Like the forest creature?
I had the exact same thought, and then
Never mind that I just took a fairy yesterday. No. A fairy like the mythological creature?
And then when Courtney was like,
A fairy appears to save me.
and then when Courtney was like, and then he drove onto it, and then I'm like, oh, so
Like,
that type of
kind
fairy.
of fairy. Yeah. He didn't think to mention the fairy. Apparently not magic. Apparently not.
That was the weirdest part, because he just pulled up onto the ferry and parked. And the thing is, I'm not from Cincinnati. I have never lived in a place where you can drive.
Minute 3.
I have never lived in a place or visited a place where you could just drive onto a ferry and the ferry will just shepherd your car to the other side of a river and you can just continue driving. So I didn't even know that this was a thing. But the thing is, he didn't tell me anything. This driver was not like, we're gonna take the ferry across, or, oh, we're just waiting for a boat that's gonna take us across the river. He said nothing. Literally didn't even try making small talk.
like,
just
yeah,
eyes
that's
forward. It was so weird. And so once he pulled onto the ferry and parked, he was like, oh, you can get out of the car and walk out onto the ferry while we cross if you want. So it was like, okay. So
The closest
I left
thing
the
to
car.
telling you.
Yeah, I walked out onto the ferry and I was like, yep, we sure are on a ferry. And I was also looking on like my maps, because on like Lyft and Uber, when you call these things, it shows you the maps and it estimates like your amount of time. So when I pulled it up, when we were just like parked on the side of the river, it was estimating a ridiculously long period of time before we'd get to the airport where we were going. So I was also like, this guy just drove me to a deserted riverbank to murder me. Like, we're nowhere near the airport. But as soon as the ferry took us across this river, then the time like recalibrated and it was a very short period of time to the airport after we actually crossed the river. So I was like, all right, I see why you did that now, but I'm also, very clearly
like, maybe say something.
Yes. So it was just like, I'm about to leave Cincinnati, but Cincinnati's like, oh no, you cannot leave without having another vastly weird experience. And so I'm sitting here in the airport, like about to come home and just thinking over all of the things that happened to me while I was in Cincinnati. And I was like, you know what? Ohio is an illusion. Cincinnati does not actually exist. I have hallucinated this entire weekend, this entire place, every single event that happened. I have been to so many weird places in my line of work, in my profession as a professional weirdo, as a historian of unusual hair artifacts and strange antiques. I've been to a lot of weird places. I've talked to a lot of strange people. I have found myself in places that the average person does not have access to. And yet, Cincinnati is the weirdest freaking place I have ever been in my entire life. And when I say this to people, I've literally had people ask, like, oh, you've been to all these weird places. What's the weirdest place you've ever been to? And I'm like, Cincinnati. And people are like, what? That doesn't sound right. What could possibly be so weird about Cincinnati? And it's like literally everything.
Oh, hi, Matt. He drove to the because he thought you were a ghost and was hoping the running water would wash your spirit away.
See, I live in an area where you can drive onto a ferry and like go places, but that's not what I would have expected.
No, I feel like Like, there's ferries around here, but I don't think you drive onto them. The most as far as I know, is that you can bring your bike onto it. You know, you could bring a scooter or something, but I don't think you drive your car onto it. It's just like...
The ones around here you can.
I kind of expect that even if you can't, it's not just like an unmarked place where you just wait there with your car.
Yeah,
Where it's
that's
am I gonna die?
It was so weird. That was the weirdest thing because I was also thinking about how like retroactively ominous it was when I wasn't caring about the traffic jam that was talking on the radio, and he just turned over his shoulder and he's like, "Don't worry, we're not going that way." And I'm like, "All right, that's fine." But then he says no words as he just pulls up on a riverbank and barks.
Yeah, perfectly normal. Nothing to see here. Nothing to worry about.
Like, don't worry, you're not going to your destination.
You're going to the river.
It's just like, Cincinnati, what are you doing to me? What are you doing to me, Cincinnati?
Oh, that is a wild story.
Yeah, so that was Cincinnati, and all I wanted to see was a single temporary, like, historical art exhibit. That was it. That's all I wanted to do in Cincinnati. And yet, I got so much more.
You can drive onto ferries. Locks, like ones on a river, are also frequent. Oh, wait. What do you mean by locks here, Magic? What definition of lock as a word are you using here? I don't think I know what you're talking about. And I am confused.
See, the only version I can see are like basically bridges.
I mean, there's like a bridge kind of a contraption called a lock, isn't there?
Yeah, because it's
Lock and dam is like a way people raise and lower water levels.
Yeah. It's used to raise and lower boats to different sections of water that are higher or lower.
This is the thing about being in California. I'm just like, yes, the ferry across the fucking peninsula.
See, and like
we're next to the ocean.
See, and we had nothing like that. I mean, I grew up in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and we did have a bit of river. We did have the falls, the Sioux Falls, a little waterfall in town, which was a big attraction. But like we didn't interact with our water. The most you interacted with the water is like, oh, you're going to erase a summer camp and you can canoe.
I also grew up in the Chicago area where it's like Lake Michigan. That's our body of water. We're right on the corner of Lake Michigan. Wow.
Yeah, when
Like,
when we were in Chicago,
kind of experience as well.
They do like whole architectural tours that are on the water too.
You know, I kind of wish that I've ever gone on an architectural tour in Chicago, but I definitely have never done that in my life.
See, the
Sounds cool.
That was probably the first and only like real vacation that Royce and I ever went on was to Chicago, and it was because we were going to see Baby Metal.
Oh my god!
At a music festival,
They
and
previously
while we were
headlined the music festival that I was volunteering at, but not this year.
Oh, so yeah, we went to Chicago to see that music festival specifically for Baby Metal, because even though there were a couple of other good bands that we did like and we were interested in seeing, it's like Baby Metal's like this is the last stop on their U.S. tour, and there's no telling if or when they'll ever be back. So we were like, let's go, why not? But while we were there, we were like, what else does Chicago have to offer? So, of course, we went to, like, some of the historical art museums, and we did one of the architectural
cold
tours
weather.
on the ferry, and yeah.
Baby metal when we came to NC. Oh no, Meg! Ah, good old Lake Michigan.
They actually, we went to Chicago.
Panic attack in a deep dish pizza place. Magic, why did you have a panic attack in a deep dish pizza place?
Because that's not how pizza's supposed to be.
Pizza's supposed to just bring
Did you,
you
did
joy.
you dare to mention New York pizza?
We were not super impressed with the Chicago pizza. Although, recently, there's an account on Reddit, and we don't really do Reddit, but someone cross-posted this to Twitter, so we saw it. There's an account on Reddit who repeatedly has asked in multiple subreddits, do asexuals like Chicago-style pizza?
I
Over
remember
and
you
over and over
posting
and
that.
over again.
I need to try it at some point.
I think that you just have to go into Chicago style pizza with like a little bit more of an open mind. It's not traditional pizza, but it is delicious. It's great. And you have to accept that it's its own thing. It doesn't care about your societal expectations, okay? Fuck your societal expectations. It's gonna be what it was meant to be. It's going to be what it wants to be, which is delicious. And really, that's what really matters in life. So who the fuck cares?
Yeah, I've only had Chicago pizza twice. The one when I was with Royce, and we were like, well, we're in Chicago, so we got to get that pizza. And then the other time, I think I told this story last time we were on this stream when I was taking a train from Kansas City to New York, but while I was in Chicago, I met a friend who had a very dramatic love story situation playing out, and we had some Chicago deep dish pizza in the train station while determining the rest of his life. Career and passion in artistry, or the love of his life who got away. Because that's the kind of nonsense I get up to when I travel.
I just want to point out that Royce Sim has an option to shift paradigms at work as just an activity he does at work.
That's a good activity.
Lowers work performance, but offers a chance of granting a happy mood. Like, you know what? Yeah, just you change the atmosphere at work. You do that.
See, the food that the area that I'm at is known for, I'm not a fan of it personally.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it personally.
Like
and if I say what food it is, everyone will mark
it's
down
gonna be obvious.
be like, oh, that's where you live. Okay.
Yeah. No, I think I've accidentally maybe almost outed where you live. I definitely just now basically outed where I live, but it's a big enough city that I'm like, you know what,
here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? Throughout the 4 years, I have given enough hints to where I live.
Oh yeah,
that
all this
people can definitely, like, if they willingly went through all like the streams, could easily figure out the rough area where I live.
Yeah, that's basically how I feel. Is that like, okay, if someone is really determined, they already know where I live. Whatever. Oh well. Whoops.
But there's definitely the thing of like, yeah, there's some specifics. Like, I'm not going to say that food name because that's a really big giveaway. I mean, some of the word choices I use is a big enough giveaway.
I think I've pretty much just
says we have Carolina style barbecue here, and I love it. And I think we are going to need to fight you because we're from Kansas City.
Wait,
and
hold on.
I think we're
I
obligated.
think as an impartial judge who lives in California, I need to try both of these.
Can I try neither?
Give me both of these.
I need both. Sharky, I need neither.
We have a potentially awkward conversation. Roy sees that the customer in the chat queue is an old flame of their, not theirs, an old flame of their, because they tried with the pronouns. They didn't. They
messed
may
it up.
not have gotten it entirely correct. And things didn't exactly end prettily. The other agents are tied up. should Royce respond to the chat request or pretend not to notice?
Yeah, every Kansas City barbecue person I've ever met wants to fight me.
I think I need to try
We can
both.
ignore. I have better things to do right now.
Whatever.
Royce, what old flame is this? You did not flame before me.
That is a question for Sim Royce. I do not have my own backstory.
I don't know. The
Oh, man,
Sims
you haven't
just
filled
kind
in
of
your-
assumes that you should have a backstory, and I'm like, I don't know about that.
You have a you didn't fill in your backstory in your character sheet?
Patience was never a virtue of this particular ex, so Royce is rid of the problem quickly. They can now spend their time on more important pursuits, like completely disguising their profile picture. Well, whatever imaginary past flame you had, apparently you are now completely disguising your profile picture to vampire in order to not be perceived. Congrats.
All I really know about Royce's previous relationships, which were all very, very short-lived, very non-interesting things.
You two have been married
is
for a while
that-
now too, right?
What?
You two have been married for quite a while now, right? As well.
Yeah, 8.5 years.
Quite a while.
But like, I
How
had
long
a
ago
couple
did you
of.
meet? How long ago did you meet?
Not long before that.
Those numbers kind of blur together. I think when counting time, don't we actually use like how long we've known each other?
We
'Cause we don't really have a
didn't
marriage
do a
date.
wedding. We didn't do a wedding. We got married by Kansas common law, which does not require a cemetery or a signing of papers, but is just as legal as any other type of marriage, which is kind of specific to the state we're in. So we didn't have a formal like anniversary date. And we did admittedly move exceptionally fast. Like, we do joke that we took a page out of the lesbian handbook and U-Hauled.
I've heard that one. Your marriage
we-
transcends time. It just happens. Yeah, apparently so.
It
Nick.
just
Apparently
exists
so.
now.
It was
Yeah,
just-
we
it was so
started
faded.
talking and we started talking and we never stopped talking. So
Is that
that's
not
kinda
how
that happened.
relationships are supposed to work? I thought that that's how relationships are supposed to work.
That's
Also,
how it
I would
worked
really
for us.
like for The Sims to not suggest that if I'm not playing a particular household that they just want to randomly date different people and they should just ask someone in your household for relationship advice. Like, should I date this person? Because I'm like, all of these Sims are ace, so actually the answer is no, you should not date that person. I don't know who this random NPC is, but no, you should not date them. Because I cannot otherwise understand why Mick is apparently texting Courtney to ask, should I date this random NPC?
I don't know. I mean, tell me more about this NPC. let's get into the weeds of this.
I mean, and The Sims 4 doesn't really allow for polyamory either, which is a
That's
shame.
too bad.
It's a goddamn shame.
That's too bad.
Because I want to have poly Sims. I want to have Sims that aren't going to get jealous and mad if someone else in their relationship is like with someone else because they've agreed upon it. But
here's the thing. Like, I mean, obviously Mick is polyamorous, so like Mick is polyamorous and ace, so like probably yes, you should be seeking my advice if you were going to talk to anybody. I can help you work through this, Sims Mick.
Mick is asking about
we
dating
can
them
talk
from
about
this nice skeleton. Just to know what time period they're from.
But I mean, speaking of polyamory, I mean the only two like really notable former very short-lived relationships that Royce had before me was someone who was married to the sun, which is
Excuse me,
that
run
was
that by me
funny.
again?
a type
So-
of religious
so-
polyamory.
This was mostly a joke, but she was born in Nepal and lived there for a few years before moving to the U.S. And her dad was very secular, but her mom would like rotate through various religions. And she was mentioning at a couple of points how, like, her mom kind of just tried some different religious things kind of amongst the family. And some of these were, like, it's been so long now, I'm going to butcher this, but there were some old traditions of going through a ceremony to be married to, like, a sun god. Or I think another one was being like spiritually married to a type of like a fruit that was supposed to be representative of something, but her dad threw it away, so she was like, I was married to this thing, but then my dad threw my boyfriend away.
According to heteronormativity, I think that's the job of dads, actually. Is that if the dad has a daughter, he must throw her boyfriend away.
Cry.
This is what heteronormativity has informed me of.
That's the Nepal version of bringing a shotgun to meet your daughter's prom date.
Apparently.
Cry.
No, that's terrible.
Courtney, can you confirm that carbon dating would be a subject of interest for you?
Yeah, yeah.
Sim Rice has now
Why
been
not?
promoted to QA. Congratulations, Sim Rice.
I'm fond of carbon dating. I find it interesting. It's fascinating. So yeah, that was one of Royce's exes. Another one of Royce's exes I didn't know a ton about until I just like kept accidentally running into her. And mind you, I did not live in this area until I moved down here. But Royce first told me like, oh shoot, that was my ex when I was a vendor at a Crypticon convention.
Not quite, but you're close.
A friend of your ex was there, who was kind of like glowering at me at one point. And I was like, "What's going on?" And you're like, "Oh, is that like your your ex's best friend or something?"
Yeah, they were roommates during the like month that we dated.
Yeah, roommate. So this person was like glowering at me for no reason, and Royce was like, "Oh shoot, I know who that person is." But then I joined like when Pokemon Go first came out, and we were playing Pokemon Go. I joined a local Pokemon Go group, and that was actually created and facilitated by Royce's ex. And I was like, oh, that's that person. Well, maybe we don't want to get particularly involved in that group. But then I found like a little like barcade kind of a thing, a bar and an arcade, and there's also a little movie theater in the back, and I was like, this seems like a super fun place. I want to go there. But then we looked into that place a little more, and that like Royce's ex was just like working there all of the time. So I was like, oh.
Whoops. Can't go there.
So it was just like very weird that I kept running into her or people who were very closely associated with her, even though I've never met this person before.
All right then.
Yeah.
This is why I'm glad we don't live anywhere near my hometown, because whew, we'd have much worse time. Royce's relationship history and exes are surprisingly easy compared to what mine would be otherwise.
Yeah, because what would the interaction be between Royce and Courtney as a ex-boyfriend from high school?
What was that question?
How would the interaction between Royce and Courtney as a witch that is trying to tempt me so I cannot date you anymore?
Oh, the Christian.
Ah, that guy. See, that wasn't even like the X, like capital T-E, the X of my high school experience.
No, but I am just curious, like, what does that interaction come out to? I have a few exes that I wouldn't mind throwing away, and they were
Royce would
roommates.
probably just be like, I have no interest in this person, so I'm just not going to
I mean, fair.
actively engage them anymore.
That is fair.
I
That is a
got
fair answer.
I got a little lucky, and my ex moved like 2 to 3 hours away, so
Yeah.
don't gotta deal with that.
See, at least for me, I've got the Christian ex that spawned all of the gnome stories, because that, at least, is really, really entertaining.
I
Like,
mean,
that's the
spawned all
funny
of the
in
gnomes?
hindsight. Yes!
All
That's
of
the
these
funny in
gnomes?
hindsight story that I love. And that was probably a net positive. At the time, it sucked, but it was a net positive for
All
the
of
grand
these
scheme of my
gnomes
life. But
on your fireplace.
yes. Because I have embraced the gnomes as a part of me.
I think that was good.
And they can be as witchy as they need to be. I don't need to secularize these gnomes.
Yeah.
These gnomes are downright satanic. Because Satan gave them to me.
Oh my lord.
Oh my god. I was at a concert last night and I was like, maybe I finally figured out what I could rant about on a podcast, except I don't really want to be the voice of this on a podcast, but I'm also just like, I need people to divorce the concept of sin from sex. I need people to please do that.
That's a big topic.
Everyone
That's a very
just is
important
like,
topic.
oh, sinning. I love sinning. And I love sex so much. And I'm like, but can we talk about all of the other things that are apparently not societally okay that would be considered like wicked or whatever without being just like, I love sex.
Okay, but
I mean, I love the idea of just making that like secular isn't even the word, just neutral, a neutral activity, because I don't like when people are like, oh, sex is sinful and there's a wrong way to do it, but I also don't like when people are like, sex is a holy thing and it is a good
Both of
and
these are
pure
no.
thing in the right context. It's like, I don't like that either, and there's a secular version of each. Like,
There's okay, so the concert I was at was like satanic themed and they're doing a ritual and stuff and whatever. Right. So it's very like Satanism and anti-church, blah blah blah. And like one of the things that's even on their merch, I think, was like, I don't have sex just for procreation. Which is great. Which is fine, right? I've had sex. I am a non-virgin ace, and you know what? It's really not that special. You don't need to define your whole personality by it, okay? Please. Please. Because it was like, I am a woman, and I like sex, and that makes me a witch, and that makes me wicked, and I am powerful because I have so much sex. I am so horny. And I'm just like,
yeah.
but consider that perhaps I don't have sex and maybe I'm still powerful. I don't need to have sex to be powerful either. Like, but
That's
like
the
I don't.
thing.
It's such a thing of like, I don't care how much sex you have. If you have a lot of sex, great. If you have no sex, great. I don't care how much sex you are or are not
The
having.
ascribing of moral value to it, whether it's a positive moral value or
Exactly.
negative, it's like there's nothing moral or immoral about it. I would like all of us to think about sex as an amoral thing. There is
have
no
such a
moral
focus
connotation. It is
on,
an
like,
activity.
we are here tonight to do a satanic orgy. Satanic orgy! And I was just like, but what if I want the satanic without the orgy? What if I don't care about the orgy?
That's the worst part of Satanism, is that there's too many orgies, and it's really turned me off.
It's just like,
the whole
why does this have to be tied to sex? Like, in the way that I'm very sex neutral. I'm not sex repulsed. Sex is fine. I've had it. It feels good. Whatever. Blah blah blah. But like, I don't care. It's not like a driving force. It just doesn't matter. And I don't care how much sex other people are having. And I'm like, the more you tell me about how rebellious you are for having sex, the more I'm just like, I understand because society and everything, and it's a way of fighting back. But at the same time, I'm just like, but I can't move on to I don't care how much sex everyone has if all you have to say is how much sex you have and how horny you are.
Which is so interesting because people who are in that camp who are like, oh, sex is an act of rebellion, it's an act of resistance,
Good
or
for
their
you.
own
You don't need to tell me
satanic
about it.
label. The thing is, those are also the kind of people who don't seem to understand that, like, very religious right-wing people are also looking at platonic relationships and asexual marriages and also being like, this is sinful. And they're looking at... We were literally told we are insults to humanity and nature just because we're an asexual married couple. And it's like, that is just as deviant and defiant in their eyes as someone who's out having a lot of, like, unmarried sex. And I think
like, I think an actual thing that was said during this concert was like, who here has been in a satanic orgy? And a bunch of people around like cheered, but then a bunch of other people were quiet and they're like, no, I haven't. I think one person around me was like, shamefully, no, actually I haven't. And she's like, who wants to participate in a satanic orgy? And everyone around me cheered, and I was just standing there like, but what if I want a satanic non-orgy? What if I just want a satanic sit in a circle and chat over chips? I don't know.
Yeah.
like allo people are like, oh, I am sinful because I enjoy sex. And I'm like, okay, but if I remove the moralization from sex, I don't act like you're just a person. And you can enjoy your sex, and there's nothing wrong. A satanic bake sale. Yes, exactly, Mick. Exactly. What if I want to satanically bake things with my friends?
So let me
They
tell
only
you
sell
something,
devils.
Magic, if this makes you feel any better about the someone who asked you to prom and you said never speak to me again, that was probably the right move. And let me tell you why. Because I've got a bit of a situation at hand of someone who I have literally not had a relationship with for a decade plus, who has been following me and trying to contact me and sending me messages and DMs and subscribing to my Patreon and cutting off all his hair and mailing me all of his hair to my business PO box and sending me handwritten messages and setting up Reddit accounts to talk to people who openly admit to being fans of our podcast about how problematic our relationship is, and messaging people who talk about our podcast saying that they see red flags in our marriage, and setting up Twitter accounts to follow only the ace couple and nobody else, and when I don't respond to it, following my personal account, and then when I don't respond to it, starts just making a ton of tweets aimed directly at me over and over and over and over again.
If that person is you right now and you're creeping on this stream right this second, fuck you, I will kill you.
Thank you, Satan.
Legally, I will not kill you, but also I will kill you.
So this person...
Just in case that person's here right now.
Put their phone number in their bio on this Twitter account that was creeping on the Ace Couple account and my personal business account. And I started seeing all these things that were happening, and I got an email from a listener of our podcast. I was like, hey, we just got this like really weird message from someone who is on Reddit and is talking about your relationship and thought you just might like to know about it. And it didn't take long for me to realize, like, oh, this was a friend of mine like 11, 12 years ago who showed up at my house in the middle of the night on my doorstep and wouldn't leave like 10 years ago when I was actively in the middle of a breakup with my current boyfriend whom I lived with, who cheated on me. And I was literally that night learned about all of this and was actively in the middle of this breakup, and this person would not leave outside of my house, so I was going back and forth between this stalker and my boyfriend, trying to have both of these very heavy, uncomfortable, unfortunate conversations at the same time, back and forth. And like I literally I literally had to cut this person off, and I was like, you can't be doing this anymore. And haven't spoken to them in, as I said, a decade. But they've been trying to get my attention that entire time. And seems like this has really been ramping up lately. And so since they put their phone number in all these accounts, I decided to get a burner phone. And I texted them out of the blue, and I was like, hey, this isn't my real phone number. You will never be able to contact me at this phone number again, but you need to knock it off. And
shout out to high school acquaintance. You took the prom fuck up really well in comparison to this nightmare of a person glad we maintained a pleasant but distance relationship and stopped talking after high school. You know, imagine.
Well, here's the thing. So
You
that actually
are
ended
lucky.
up. That actually ended up being a conversation with this person who's like, I cannot accept Royce. I cannot accept your husband.
Not up
The
to
things
you,
I've heard.
person. Go
I
away.
have listened to every one of your podcasts, and from what I've heard, I just can't accept Royce. And
That's
talking
cool.
about-
You don't have to. It's not your choice.
Yeah, I was literally like, well, if that's how you're starting this conversation, then we have no reason to continue talking, and you just need to knock it off right now. But he, at one point, where I had a relationship, I was in a relationship at the time prom happened in my high school, so I went with the person I was in a relationship with, and he literally just, like a couple of weeks ago, like a month ago, after... I mean, I had a relationship with this person on a friend level for a couple of years. Like, we stayed in touch after high school and all that, but I literally have not had anything to do with him for over a decade now. And he was like, I wanted to ask you to prom, for God's sakes. And I was like, well, I wouldn't have said yes because I had a relationship at the time. Like, I was going with the person I was in a relationship with, and... It's been a whole heckin' time, you guys. And, like, yeah, the worst part of that is that this person has, like, started actually infiltrating, like, Ace and Arrow groups and talking to
so
people
creepy.
in vague terms. There was literally, on Reddit, a young person who was talking about having an issue like, I'm asexual, and I know I have this new relationship. I know I'm supposed to want to kiss this guy, and I just don't, and I don't know what to do. And, like, literally my stalker, whom I've had nothing to do with, was like, just tell him how you feel. Just talk to him. If he loves you, like, he'll love you unconditionally, even if you're asexual, because I love someone who's asexual unconditionally, and I wish I would have had the guts to tell her at the time, but now I'm 8 years behind. You know, the amount of time I've been married, which was like 2 years after I cut all ties with him anyway. So,
You know, I was saying
that's the whole
earlier
thing.
about that ex of mine who went into my old workplace asking about me years later after he's apparently married. Yeah, shortly after he cheated on me and we broke up because we were living in the same apartment, he was also breaking into my room apparently every time I went out. I'm just like, yeah. Shout out to the person who took Magic's rejection really well. Good on you. I also have
oh my gosh.
the friend of mine back in high school who I think has since come out as trans and is like the third person to come out as trans who asked me out or had a crush on me. That was pre-egg and has since come out as trans, which is just fascinating. I'm just like, wow, y'all's gaydar, apparently. Y'all's queerdar is... I didn't know I was ace. They didn't know they were trans, but apparently a bunch of trans girls have liked me at various points. Oh,
I mean,
no.
the queerdar is such a thing, though, because I look at my
but-
main group of friends from high school, whom I'm like not in contact with anymore. But it's like, I think there's only one of them that's actually straight still. They are all some level of gay, bi, trans, ace. There are a couple of aces which have been very, very odd, actually.
There was one person who asked me out that I've since been like, I think you're Demi, because I think his second crush ever in life at like almost 30. And in hindsight, now that I know what asexuality and aspec is, right? I'm like, I think you might be ace, buddy. I think you might also be ace.
It might be a thing. My best frenemy from high school, whom I haven't spoken to in 14 years, maybe, just started following our ace couple accounts, and I was like, oh, I know exactly who that is, and they're also posting things about being asexual, and I was like, huh, who'd have thunk? Interesting.
Yeah, the person in high school that asked me out that has since come out as trans, I think. I don't know exactly what their pronouns are, because I've just kind of gathered this secondhand from whatever they're posting on Facebook of like trans memes and stuff, and someone else that we knew mentioning like, oh, whatever you are now. But they asked me out while I was in a virtual relationship with someone who turned out to be much older. I think I got groomed. Anyway, yeah.
Hey, me too.
Woo. But like, so I had turned them down, not or initially understanding that I was being asked out, and then once it became clear I was being asked out because everyone around me told me that I was being asked out, I was like, no, I'm just hanging out with a friend. No, apparently it was a date, supposedly. Very badly asked. I've told that story before, where they asked me out, but then told me like, oh, because my friends canceled on our plans for the day, so like let's go to the mall that day instead and just hang out, but please remind me in case I forget. I was like, that's not asking someone on a date. What are you talking about? No, we're definitely just hanging out as friends. No, it was meant to be a date. What? That's not how you ask someone out. Even if I was Aloe, that's not how you ask.
I didn't know were dates.
Oh god, so many, right? And like, but yeah, after I then found out, oh, that was meant to be a date invitation, and I was like, well, I'm in an online relationship, that's not gonna work. Then they spent like a month or something, maybe more, I don't remember anymore exactly how long it lasted, but like, this is back in the AIM days, and every time I talked to them, they were like, throws tissue box, runs off crying, and I was like, oh, so you're just gonna guilt me every single time. And now every time I turn someone down who's a friend that asks me out, I'm just like, yes, we can continue being friends if you don't do that. I am not taking every single time you talk to me, you're going to guilt trip me over how I turned you down. I am not doing that again. I will not do that again. No, thank you.
No, one thing I will say, as unfortunate as this is, because I wish it wasn't this way, certain things like that are much easier to avoid when you are married. Like, I have had significantly fewer interactions like that since I have been married to Royce for these 8.5 years. And honestly, like, I do love aesthetically my wedding ring I picked out for myself because it's a black lab-grown diamond, and it's made, like, handmade by a personal, like, custom jeweler, and it was not as expensive as, like, stuff you'd buy in an actual jewelry store, but all these things. So, like, aesthetically, I do like it, but wearing a wedding ring, like, in public, kind of just gives people a visual indicator that you are not available, which isn't even true for all people, because of course there are some people who are married who are polyamorous, there are people who have open marriages, but it's like, societally speaking, if you're wearing a wedding ring, most people in public, if you're just at a bar, if you're at karaoke, if you're at a drag show, you're, you know, out at the gay club hanging out, like, most people are going to see that wedding ring on your finger and, like, assume you're not available. So I've been able to avoid a lot of uncomfortable interactions for that reason alone most of the time.
Just wear my ace ring all the time, but it's, I think since I'm mass presenting, I don't really have to worry about it. Both of those are fair. And I think that I should get an ace ring And maybe I should wear it as a fake wedding ring. I don't know. Or I should just have an ace ring in general, because it'd be nice to have a black ring.
I literally had a fake wedding ring when I was single.
There are people who do that, right?
I did that, yeah.
Okay.
And like the really unfortunate thing is too, I know I've talked to some people in the disability community who during COVID and during other medical emergencies will literally get a fake wedding ring even if they're completely single. Because that's a visual indicator to medical professionals that you have someone to live for. You have someone who is probably able-bodied who cares for you. And, like, that is actually a visual shorthand for, like, you should value my life more, which is shitty and should not be the way it is. But that is a thing.
I really like the look of ace rings, but I also can't fucking stand the feeling of rings on my fingers. You know what, Magic? Every time I wear a ring out, I end up within an hour or two fidgeting with it and moving it around between different fingers. And I think the year that I dressed as Edgar Allan Poe, because I had this little like metal raven ring that goes over the knuckle and everything. And I was just like, this is no longer comfortable. And I kept moving it around and fidgeting with it. And I just ended up putting it in my pocket. And then I didn't wear that coat for a while because it's like a very long, dramatic, like lace all over kind of coat. Like the whole thing is kind of like a not very comfortable, kind of scratchy kind of lace. And I stuck it in the pocket of that, and then I forgot about it for months. And I was like, oops, I guess I lost that ring. And then the next time I wore that coat, like months later, I was like, oh, my ring is in here from the time I was too uncomfortable during Halloween. Like 3 years. Oh, yeah. 3 years ago now, I guess. Whoops.
Wow.
I should probably head to bed. It is past 2 a.m.
Should. Let me finish off this last prompt then. A coworker is on hour 17, energy drink 24, and it's starting to get ripe in the QA pit. Seeing as no one is going home anytime soon, Royce can play this two ways. Whip out the men's body spray or tell Foul Boy next to them to go wash up. What if
I don't
you're not...
like either of those options. What if I just go work from home?
Sorry, this game was designed pre-pandemic, and so people didn't consider working from home an option, apparently, even though I absolutely also worked from home pre-pandemic. I did the hybrid thing before the pandemic existed.
Passive aggressive.
Wait, sorry, what?
Oh, I said both of those options are aggressive. One of them is just passive aggressive.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Y'all are on late and for a long time. Yeah, I fully expected that we are having the ace couple on here again, and so instead of 2 hours, we scheduled it for 3, and we're at almost 5.
Sorry.
Yes. It's okay. This was expected, and that's why I grabbed a snack during the break, was so that I would have a little bit of something to tide me over until I have dinner.
Also,
I think anyway my roommate's
It turns out
not making dinner for him.
the full Cincinnati story takes about 3 hours with general interruptions. Who knew?
Was there any more to the
Graham's
Cincinnati
not on
story?
another
Did we finish the Cincinnati story?
Yeah, I think once I got to the airport, things were normal again.
Okay.
Also, just on the little comment about the ace rings, I have an ace ring.
Yes.
And the only reason I'm easily able to have it on and not like move it to other fingers is it's a fidget ring, so it's literally made to spin. So
No,
I'll
it
just
feels uncomfortable around my finger. Like the sensation
Oh,
of
yeah.
moving around my finger is what bothers me.
Oh, yeah, I
even
get
with
that.
The fidgeting would not minus silicone.
Yeah, mine literally spins, so I'll just like have it on my finger and I'll just spin so I have something to do with my hands.
Yeah, no,
This is
anytime
an
I wear
exceptionally neurodivergent stream, you
I have a
guys.
spinning D20
Well, no,
stuck right somewhere. I'll wear one ring on one finger, and then in the course of the night, say it's on my right middle finger, like an ace ring, right? I will move it to the right ring finger. I will move it to the right index finger. I might see and try and test if it works on the pinky or the thumb. I will move it to the other hand. I will move it back to my right hand. I will move it to the other hand again. I will move it to different fingers on the other hand. I will move it back to my right hand. I will put it there for like 5 minutes. I will move it round again because I'm just like, I don't know. I feel the ring on my finger and it's in the way.
And to the neurodivergent, I mean, my therapist has been like, yeah, you have some form of ADHD. Like, I mean, I'm not able to like put that down in like a chart or anything like that, because that's not something that I can do. But yeah, you have like a form of ADHD, and I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
You have something.
Got a thing going on.
Yeah, that makes
There's
sense.
something up with you. I don't know exactly what, but something. You know, honestly, it'd be a lot easier if my parents had not framed it when I was a kid as like special education versus gifted education. Do you know how many kids that were in gifted are some kind of neurodivergent now? Like, those are not like intrinsically opposite things, but my parents were like, oh, your brother had ADHD and he was put in special ed, but then he went to gifted. And I got sent to a social worker at some point when I was younger, and they're like, and you were in gifted, but now you might end up in special ed. And I was just like, well, I guess that's a bad thing.
I mean, my parents just, when I would like talk about things I was interested in, would just tell me to shut up for 10 minutes.
This is
And
the
just would
reason-
keep
these
doing
are the
that.
reasons why we don't talk to our parents much anymore.
So like, I wonder why I didn't
Sharky
know.
and
My
I
parents would
bonded
just
essentially over, we don't get along with our families. It's just that Sharky at the time was living with his family.
Yeah, my mom just told us that we were really poor and we weren't going to be able to afford college. So my only hope of going to college was if I was academically brilliant enough to get one of the new scholarships that Yale just rolled out when I was in like 3rd grade. So from that point on, I was like, I have to go to Yale.
I did get academic scholarships, not full rides, but academic scholarships.
yeah, same.
I got one scholarship that wasn't enough to even go to college from having nothing and not having a guardian who could co-sign anything for you. So I like my scholarship was just from winning like a vocabulary bee in middle school.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, like I did do pretty well in school for most of the time, but
Sorry, because I was too poor to go to school.
See,
Nick, this is
Yeah.
why I know some people who are like, oh, if this person was in the... Because I made up like a Tinder drinking game quite a while ago with my friend, because in this area especially, I feel like there's just so many tropes. And so I introduced this drinking game to like some of my friends, and they were on Tinder, and there was like someone in uniform, and they're like, ugh, they're in the military, bad, boo. And I was like, look, there's a lot of reasons that people join the military. Like, I'm not gonna shame anyone for joining the military. I have friends from college who are in the military, and you know what? It paid their way through college. And
Yeah.
I'm not gonna shame anyone individually for the entire like military industrial complex. That's not an individual thing. People have plenty of reasons. I cannot understand the thing of like, oh, this person's in the military, therefore that person personally is bad. Like, that's not fair.
might I direct your attention back to BoJack Horseman?
I mean, one of my friends was saying how she got like there were ROTC recruiters and military recruiters from when she was like in kindergarten, because they purposely target the poor and people of color.
Mm-hmm.
They purposely do that. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm not gonna blame anyone individually for joining the military, because they specifically target like underprivileged people. That's the whole point. is we don't care if these people die. Let's go send them.
There's
That's
an
the whole
early
fucking
plot in
point.
BoJack Horseman. There's an early plot line where the main character was talking about, like, I don't necessarily think this guy's a hero just because he was in the Navy. Like, I think most of the troops are jerks because they're just real people, and most real people are jerks. And that became a whole headline. Like, this guy thinks the troops are jerks, and he got peer pressured into being like, every single person who's ever served is a hero.
Like
it's a
there
whole
are
thing.
good
It's
people.
a very
and there are
nuanced
shitty
show.
people in the military, and like lots of people have lots of reasons. And when it's presented as your only choice, like I'm not gonna blame a poor person for choosing the military at what's supposed to be a shot at the future. That's just unfair. All right. Finishing off this prompt, and then I guess we should end because it's been almost 5 hours. So, Sharky, you were saying about how they're gonna have trouble filling another 3-hour slot for a while. You sure about that?
Well, this isn't one of their podcasts.
It's not. It's one of our streams, and we're about 3 hours over.
Yeah, but
How
this is
far
one of...
over were we last time?
Oh, we were at 5 hours.
Okay,
And
so
we're
that's
at
just how long this
4:52 right
takes.
now. So,
Next time we're on, we're aiming for 6.
good luck with your book club tomorrow. I hope you get some rest first.
Wait, when
Oh
did
my
we...
gosh.
I have to actually look
When
at
did
my...
what? Okay,
I'm
wait.
actually
No, I
looking.
need to finish this prompt or else I'm not allowed to save. So, Royce, do you
Oh,
spray the air with body spray or do you tell someone to go wash up?
Let's do the top one. The one that doesn't involve conversation.
They're both aggressive, but the passive aggressive.
Yes.
That smells better, though it would take at least 3 more bottles to really rid the place of the offending odor. Fallowboy is, of course, the only tester in the pit to complain about the men's body spray smell.
That's unrealistic. Royce doesn't have men's body spray.
Well, it was the only 2 options, and I'm also a little bit like, but what if you had a female sim? Why would a female sim be carrying men's body spray?
Royce has literally whatever fragrances are too fruity for me.
You know, I was recently looking for... I found out that my, like, foaming hand wash thing, the way to refill that is actually to fill it up, like, a fifth or a quarter of the way with some kind of soap and water the rest of the way so it doesn't clog up with normal soap. It has to be the combination. And I was like, well, these are the smells I like. Which means that when I go to Bath & Body Works, about 80% of the smells I like are in the quote-unquote men's section, which recently they have stopped gendering that section, but by packaging it's still a little bit gendered. And in terms of where they put it in the store, it's still a little bit gendered. They just stopped calling it the men's section. And so I guess I bought 2 full bottles of men's body wash for my soap refill and general body wash because I guess I just want to smell like a man. And one of my friends once told me while I was there and like picking up soap or something, like, oh, but this is what it's her now husband. She's like, this is what he smells like. Do you want to smell like him? And I'm like, does he want to smell like me? I don't know, but I like the scent.
Satan is the standard. Satan is the scent standard.
Like, oh, well, you know, it's not just do I want to smell like him. Does he want to smell like me? Because this is what I want to smell like. Too bad. I don't care.
And what I was looking up was how long the last stream actually was. 5 hours and 14 minutes.
Well, we are at 4:55,
Well, we can fill time.
but
Oh, it's Royce.
this is a Friday instead of That was a Sunday, right?
That was a Sunday stream, yes.
Yeah, so
where we could
Sharky's a little bit more tired and a little bit more in need of going to sleep, I guess. And you're doing the Cloud Cabin Mario Kart thing tomorrow, right?
I'm doing the Mario Kart, and then whenever that's ending, and then at 6, I'm streaming tomorrow.
Do you like smelling like my friends? See, the idea that scents should be gendered is stupid to me because, like, amber and, like, musky scents and stuff all go to the quote-unquote men's side. And then the women's side is all floral and fruity and sweet. And I'm like, but what if I want to smell like I'm going to give you a bee sting? What if I smell like I'm going to personally encase you in amber?
Oh, I have the hiccups, but I need to introduce you to my friend who makes soaps and perfumes and body scrubs. Her business is called Paintbox Soapworks, and she has a lot of scents that I love that are really like earthy and musky and like spicy.
Please, yes.
And I love those. And so I order those a lot, and since like she knows me, she gives me a lot of samples of other things. And sometimes she'll she'll send me something that's a little too fruity or a little too sweet and like candy like. And I don't like those scents, so those are the ones that I'm just like, here, Royce, this is for you. So I think there are probably something on there you'd like.
Sense is funny. Volcano explosion, bear fighter. This is where I'm like, I don't think I'm fully trans man because I still want to present femme like 90% of the time. However, I don't know, maybe I'm a little bit man. Yes, I want to smell like a volcano explosion. Yes, I would like to smell like I fight fucking bears. I'll fight you too. Yeah. For that matter, I was going back into the chat with Sharky to be like, when did I take on the Satan moniker? And I couldn't find the exact moment, but what I did find was a reference to like this quiz that was going around of like, what percent masculine versus feminine are you?
Oh,
I was like 80-something% masculine and like, I don't know, 10% or something feminine. And it wasn't directly correlated. It wasn't like adding up to 100. It was just like the typical traits or whatever.
Wasn't I like 90% feminine or something
I think
that?
so. And I was like 80% masculine, I think, at this point. Because I was just making jokes about being masculine. I was like, at this point, I think I wouldn't consider myself a trans man, but I'm somewhere in the gender of what the fuckery. And yeah, in that very like, oh, I'm not like other girls is the like pick me misogynistic thing. And I'm like, no, other girls are chill. They're fine. They're fine where they're at. That's just not me. Yes, I would like to smell like a bear fighter. I don't know. I was swear mostly feminine. It was stupid questions like, how much do you swear? Apparently that's a masculine trait. Oh, fucking well.
Yeah, that was a messy quiz.
And Sharky doesn't swear, so now I see where those results came from.
What was the comment that happened in our house lately, Courtney? Someone said like, oh, I kind of started swearing at some point and then, like,
Satan said I started swearing when I got cheated on, and I was like,
no, I started saying fuck when I got cheated on. Before that, I swear. I swore, but I did not say fuck.
I said in response to that, I got most of the, like, excitement of swearing out of my system in elementary school, and then it kind of, like, toned down for a little bit. And I think now I curse more as an adult, but when I was in high school and everyone was getting into swearing, I was like, that's old. Like, I've already worn that out.
Apparently, and I've said this before on stream, the most I have ever swore was when I was a young child, because apparently I would say the word frog, but what people would hear and what apparently it sounded like I was saying was the F word. So I then had to go to a speech therapist because they're like, what is going on here?
So, when I was in first grade, I think, my best friend at the time, we'd hang out at his grandmother's house and play video games. And she would let him get away with everything. So he would just curse like a sailor the whole time. And I got into that too. And it was to the point where, like, sometimes it was hard to, like, not get, like, that coming into regular speech. Like, I had to work pretty hard to not let something slip up. And one time, it was in 4th grade, we had, like, changed classes because one other teacher was, like, better at a particular curriculum, like science. So it was an unfamiliar teacher, unfamiliar classroom, and we were talking about astronomy and constellations, and she asked the class to identify something that was the Big Dipper. And I raised my hand real quick, and the word that slipped out had a hard K, and I corrected myself really fast, but she gave me this look like, do you know what you just said? And then someone else in the class was like, oh, what was that? What did he try to say? And she was like, he said Big Dipper, and like moved the conversation on. And again, looked at me like, do I want to ask, is this a situation here?
Wow, that's a story that I haven't heard before.
That was one of those.
New
I feel like
stories.
every awkward moment I've ever had in my life is just permanently ingrained in my mind.
All right, that's the new cliffhanger story until we have you
4
on
more
again.
months from now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the next? No, I'm
February,
thinking
March.
about 5.5 months or so should be International Asexuality Day, and I guess we'll just have to leave everyone on cliffhangers again until then. Except
Until
that was
April
most
6th.
of that was most of the story, I take it. But even so, we'll just claim that that's the cliffhanger, and you got to come back in about 5-6 months ish.
I swear we
Thanks,
just have a
bye.
just chatting stream that's basically just a podcast episode.
Oh yeah, I mean, here's the thing. They already have a podcast that's like 1 to 2 hours long each week. That's because you don't have us on to make it. Oops, we did 3 hours. Sharky.
Hey! That was also
We're
Courtney's fault.
also-
That was also Courtney's fault.
I say this
Admittedly,
entirely expecting that when I rescheduled it to the Saturday after this one. And, depending how tired I am or whatever, maybe I'll reschedule it again. But I was just like, why did I put this the day after Halloween? I did it because the day after Halloween, Hallows Eve, and then there's Samhain, and then there's like All Saints Day, All Hallows Day, whatever. Yeah, and then I was like, no, that's stupid, and I already expected to be tired, and I'm just not going to do it that day. So I moved it. But it's still only like about a week and some odd hours away from right now. So anyway, it's really fun chatting with you too.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about our podcast is that we release one every single week. So we're able to be like, okay, we're going to confine the conversation to a very specific topic, at least within reason, with maybe a couple of tangents. And anything we don't say this week, we'll have time to say next time or in the future. But this is only the second time we've ever been on the Aces Playing at Attraction stream, so we better get all the good stuff out while we can.
And
while we're
both
here.
times are like 5 hours.
Jeez. That's for people who want to watch both of those streams because it's gonna be a marathon.
All right, I'm going to put us on the editing screen. Thanks, everyone who joined. And I hope you've all had a wonderful Ace week. And depending on time zone, I hope you have a wonderful last day of Ace week. Unless you're in a time zone where it's very literally about to end. In which case, I just hope it was great.
Happy
Thanks
Ace
for hanging out
Week!
with us. Have a good time zone. Okay, bye.